Alright, so I did a little bit of work in between this, well, in between last session and this one is technically true, but I did basically everything that I did in the last half hour. Now, you might be wondering, well, what did you run around and do? I made money. We have 96 credits now, and you'll notice the shotgun's absent. I'll explain that here in a second. Doing what I did took a little bit longer than I anticipated. I actually was just about late today because of... Wait, no, I've got that shotgun. Oh no, I left the assault rifle behind. Right, because I remembered that I had swapped everything around because I was like, oh yeah, I don't have much ammo for the assault rifle, so if I run into anything while I'm doing my running, I can just use the shotgun to deal with it, or the sword like I'm holding in my hand right now. So what I did, you might have been able to guess by the fact that I was standing in front of a recycler at the time, I ran around the executive floor and just cleaned up a bunch of the junk laying around. Because turns out, as you would expect, executives have a bunch of expensive junk laying around. There was a bunch of things on this floor that were worth 12 credits, 5 credits, things like that. Specifically, those crystal skulls were worth 12 each. I did only pick up one of them. I know there's more, but I don't know if I want to run around and do all that right now. 96 credits should last us a fair bit regardless. Outside of buying mods. Buying mods is expensive. But like, take for example this Amaretto decanter. 5 scrap, 1 credit. Not crazy, but helps a little bit. You stack a bunch of them in your inventory when you have space like this, and you can actually start getting some decent value out of it. And obviously, I was scrapping a bunch of the random shit as well. Let's run back to where I left the assault rifle, which I believe was over in the med bay of this floor. 'Cause I didn't really leave this floor at all. I considered going and getting the mods that I wanted purchased before bringing y'all in, but then I would have had to be late today. So I decided being on time was more important than going and fetching the, like, one weapon mod I knew I specifically wanted. I also don't remember where it was anymore. So that's a thing. Hope you're doing well, Sheer. So... wrong way. Of course, no sooner is the camera on do I immediately take a wrong turn. So, toward the end of my running around in here, I did start doing the same mistakes I did live, so I think some of it is you just spend enough time in here and this place starts to lose meaning. Now, our main goals for right now are going to be clearing out the groves. Yeah, see, there's the assault rifle just laying right here. I needed something to clear up some inventory space, so since I wasn't really getting that much use out of it in the immediate, I just chucked it on the floor and moved on with my life for the time being. Because things stick around, so you can just leave things stacked up in a pile. I was testing that by virtue of the fact that we had the mag pulse rifle just chilling here. So technically what I could do is actually just pile a bunch of things in like this medical room and just come back for them as I need them. I don't want to trust it completely, but the fact that the assault rifle didn't disappear and the mag pulse is still sitting there gives me some hope. And yeah, of course I could clean out these medical rooms and such as well to get more credits. But like I said, 96 should last us for a decent bit. And I can pick up scraps and things like that along the way. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was a confirmed thing. I have seen entirely too many games where things are intended to stick around and they still despawn anyway. So, trust issues there. But how you doing, Marlon? I'm sure you've seen exactly what I mean as far as that goes. Howdy, Lark. How's it going? And of course, the ad at the beginning is kicking in now, so just bear with that for a second and we'll be in business here. I'm alright. Body's still angry, but We're making progress towards fixing that. At the very least, it shouldn't be anything that'll significantly interfere with what we're doing here. Did I grab this mod yet? Or was this one of the ones I was aiming to get? No, this was the shotgun one. This is the one I didn't care about. There's a capacity mod for the shotguns, all well and good, but I'm not really that fussed about it compared to the other mods we could go by. I just wanted to double check if that was the damage upgrade for the Magnum that we had ended up not being able to get. I think that one was on one of the ones on the flight deck. But more to the point, let's go ahead and go back to the grove we were in, which was Alpha Grove. It's not that credits are hard to come by, it's a matter of it's a lot of busy work that I don't really want to do live if I can help it. So I'm just gonna hang on to the credits for the time being. Unless I happen to find something I'm more interested in. And I really don't use the shotgun enough. It's a waste of 25 credits to upgrade something I use only if I don't have any other options, really. Like, I could have hundreds upon hundreds of credits if I was willing to sit here and busy work all of the junk on the map, for sure. But I don't think that would make interesting viewing. Why is this showing question? Oh yeah, because it was Diego's area down there, right? Now, the Alpha Grove thing. Where was that again? There's Beta, there's Delta. Why do I not have an symbol for... Oh no, both of these are an Alpha Quadrant. One of them is the Alpha Grove. We just got done destroying the laser was the last major thing we did. We then killed Diego, though he ran away. We had also took care of the whole thing on the flight deck. Those are the last major things we did. Hope you're doing well, Jay. Yeah, the last place we had ended up was here at Alpha Grove, so I was gonna go clean out all the groves as my first move today. Yeah, that should be fine. Now, I seem to recall we had gotten ourselves in a bit of trouble in here, because I was already kind of in shambles by that point. Is there not a button to lower that back down? Oh, no, it's on the wall. There we go. Seems like a hazardous place to have that button be, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, I can't really give you a more precise answer about where we are in the plot without me remembering more precisely about the plot's details, which I do not remember. Yeah, pretty much. Like, oh, this'll kill somebody? Yeah, sure, that's a greenlit decision then. Get rid of that camera. Music here is surprisingly quiet. Otherwise known as there really isn't any. Oh, there's the safety interlock. I know I need to hit that. So it looks like I'm not going to be able to. At least not this way. I know I need to fiddle with all of the groves to get rid of the one we need to get rid of. the question is, where am I supposed to be going in here? Thank you for reminding me, but also bear in mind that there is a no backseating policy here. I know you're trying to help, but bear that in mind. I would not qualify that as backseating, but that's just a reminder. I stand by my statement from before about the fact that it really shouldn't need to be constantly turned back on whenever you run out of power. I would love to have this. I have to imagine they don't intend for me to be carrying this many weapons with me. This is just physically impossible after a while. Let's have a look at it at the very least. You fit in that space? You do. Okay. 35. It is an energy damage weapon, but this needs ammo because we did pick up ammo. I know this. We had ammo for the plasma, not ammo for the pulse. This uses just energy. So I do want this. I really just don't like the shotgun, so I'll happily trade that. We can go fetch another shotgun in the future. Because we know where another shotgun's laying around, so it's not the worst thing. Oh, I'm probably carrying too many energy weapons now, considering I'm willing to bet I'm not really gonna need the laser pistol. I'm gonna be using this. This does do more damage when it's overcharged. Could you fucking not? I'm trying to think. This thing is effective though, I like it. I like it already. Let me quickly swap this in and look at what the price when it's not overcharged is, and the damage. 18 and 4. And then this, when it switches to its other mode, is 70 and 15. Yeah, I have no reason to keep the spark beam anymore then, at that rate. Because this is just more energy efficient. So that frees up 4 spaces at the very least. Not that that's a huge improvement, but it's at least one less thing I need to be carting around with me anymore. It is a shame to leave my faithful spark beam behind, but this genuinely does seem better. I really dislike how the mode switch seems to just sometimes not listen, by the way. Like, something about the mode switch when you are switching weapons seems to freak out, and I don't care for that.
Hello there.
Hey, Callista, how's it going? So half the time when I first switch back to an energy weapon and I hit the mode switch on it, it'll visually change, but it won't actually work. Really wish I had some healing right about now, but I don't. And nothing. Because unfortunately I had bought out all of the med stations that I knew about. That's good. I'm glad you're getting more writing done. I know the feeling on the it's just going, but... Ooh. Happy early birthday, then. Since I won't be live to say it out loud tomorrow. You're welcome. I kind of expected to die there, I'll be honest. On the note of expecting to die, I'm probably going to die in here again because we just do not have any healing to work with. Kind of hoping I would assume there's no medical bays in the Grove. It'd be kind of silly to have them in here. Then again, I suppose there is logic to it. In case there's an emergency while somebody's working within the Grove. Then again, when has Trioptimum really thought about people having medical emergencies too much? Oh, it's just you. Goodbye, Mr. Non-issue. I'm not fussed about that much. Thank you for bullets. Don't have room to pick up the pistol until I move these. And we just go ahead and empty that out. Chuck that back where it belongs. In the trash. Also a mag pulse. Okay. Set my mag pulse down. Pick this one up. Empty it. Grab that one. There we go. Admittedly, my mag pulse isn't upgraded, so I could have just emptied mine and chucked it for efficiency's sake, but it is what it is. Did I pull that already? Well, I pulled it now. Supposed to see something? Doesn't seem like anything's changing in the camera view when I pull this lever. It did something, presumably. I'll worry about that later. Yep, that's just a light switch. Kind of figured. There's not a sign really giving me an indication of what that lever would have done. Either way, we did it. Whatever we did. Aha, there's a dead body in there. There's something presumably up there. Which is why I was being reminded about the sense around. Because I'm sure all the stuff in here is a pain in the ass to find otherwise. Ammo, huh? Okay. Ammo for the shotgun that's probably going to be left to rot. I'll keep picking it up in case I end up with another situation where I do actually have to use the shotgun because I don't have any other choices. Nothing else up here, though. Oh, hey, you know, the elevator that I used to get down there. Yeah, that elevator. I have to assume I have missed something. But we'll figure it out. Because my gut instinct is to go back to the safety interlock now that I pulled that lever and see what happens over there. So it looked like that was the area that that camera was showing. Wait, no, there's something here. Where the fuck? Sense around, where the fuck are you trying to tell me this thing is? Because it ain't right here. So it must be underneath me. Or it's above me. Okay. See, this is the downside to something like the sense around, is you have to sit here and play the hunting game of like, okay, where is the thing it's telling me that supposedly exists? Height-wise, because so many things are layered on top of each other. It's not like in the wall here. It's not in the ceiling. Unless you can get on top of that, which I guess is theoretically possible because you just go up here. Also, apparently something like right here too. Not on here though. Well, yeah, but now that I know about it, now I have to go find it. That's the thing. This is why I sometimes avoid using these types of things, is because as soon as I am aware of an object that I would have a use for, I then have to go find it, or I'm gonna lose my mind. That's the downside to it. Because otherwise I'm gonna be pissed at myself because, like, well, you died because you could have had that thing that you knew existed and you don't know what it was. It could have been, in this case, it was actually incredible. It was railgun ammo. Anything I see on there could be railgun ammo, which is the rarest thing we've seen so far. But yeah, no, there's also the loot goblin aspect that's a problem too. So that's the downside to knowledge, is like, okay, now I gotta go get the thingy. Everything has its consequences. Finish what you were doing, silly man. Don't just turn around and follow a different thought before you finish the thought you were doing. Make sure of what you're thinking about first. So these bullets that I walked past before, I saw them, but I was pretty confident I was coming back, so I wasn't worried about it at the time. So many ID badges, but it makes sense. Everybody would have to have an ID badge. Gone in a circle. Which means I missed what I was looking for. So wasn't the safety interlock door around here somewhere? Yeah, there we go. It is open. I thought so. I assumed that's what that lever was gonna do. Yeah, I kind of figured there was gonna be bad things in there. Yep, and we're dead. One shot off because I had no health. That's fine. We'll respawn, come right back. We can also drop the railgun ammo off with the railgun while we're here. Just go ahead and pull one of these back out. So if we ever run into something particularly bad, we can just recharge that. Also, let's just leave the wrench on the ground here so we have some more space to put things away. I don't know exactly where I'm going to need that plastique, so we'll go ahead and hang on to that. We'll put the shotgun shells away since we're not carrying the shotgun right now. That we are more than likely going to end up picking up more shells anyway. This will at least help a little bit. And if I ever end up in a position where I absolutely have to have the wrench, we know where it is. We can come back for it. I could go hit the recharge station. It's kind of far. Go recharge. Don't be lazy. I'm gonna burn a chunk of my energy with the skates anyway. But it's not gonna be that big a chunk. It'll be fine. Okay, Executive Bot did not respawn this time. It's easy to think that those places are further away than they actually are. Because we've only had these speed skates for like one full session, really. So I'm still operating off of session 1 speed. It's a shame I didn't find any more of those credit cards. Even more credits could have been had, and I'm going the wrong way again. Come on. Stupid bonsai trees. Ruining my groove. Okay, so we should be able to get a bit more work done here. Because I'm assuming the whole goal to going to Alpha Grove was just to go in there, hit the safety interlock, and then you leave. So we'll just be off to the next grove soon afterwards. Oh yeah, speaking of, since I died again, I gotta turn the stupid radar unit back on again. Like, I've been spoiled by modern games as far as that goes. I want to admit that, because I grew up in the time where you had to sit here and keep turning things back on like that all the time and things like that. But since this was made in the past couple years, you really would think they would have thought of fixing that. And that's what bugs me there. It's just like, that's an easy thing they could have just adjusted so that it wasn't an issue anymore. But it's also very easy to get caught in that loop of like, yeah, I'm used to this being nicer than that. Anyway, we'll be back over where we're supposed to be here in a second. It's right over... No, I went the wrong way again. I overshot my mark. Ah. Rain. Please. The way these rooms are layered really messes with me. I wish they at least, like, made these a bit of a different color when they're at different heights, instead of it all being the same. Why does this... There we go. Wait, does this have 3 modes? Is that what's messing with me? Yep, it's got high... Yeah, it has 3 modes. That's why it didn't make sense for that. Okay. Put 2 and 2 together. Anybody else want to mess with me before I push this button? No? Good.
Safety interlocks disabled.
There we go. Grove unsafe. Gotta go. Missed it. There we go. Of course, with the amount of energy I burnt in here, I'm gonna go ahead and recharge again when we get out of here. Yeah, right around the corner there. Wait. Something here. It's up there, isn't it? Or is it up here? No, it's right there. There's enough plants and shit that sometimes you can't see it. Honestly, with how useful this pulse gun's being, we may not use much else anytime quick. Which will be nice. Save on a lot of other resources. Yeah, had I thought it through more, I would have also spent some more legwork time before this session. I just didn't anticipate it taking as long to run back and forth as it did. And I also had to finish prepping for today in general anyway. Oh, there's a data stick I missed. Which, admittedly, these things are incredibly easy to miss. I think I might have picked that one up at some point, because that looked familiar. Probably one of the numerous occasions where we died. Run back to the energy charge, and we'll move on with our lives. And I'm going the wrong way again, because it's such a natural path to go that way. Pretty sure I threw those Dragon Breath rounds there a while ago, but we'll pick them up again just to keep them cleaned up. Otherwise, I'm going to keep seeing it every time I run through here, which is probably going to happen a decent bit yet. Okay, so... Hit that grove, so I guess let's go up here now. Get that one cleaned up. And then from there, hopefully, we won't have too much else to do, grove-wise. Which I'm sure there's going to be at least one that's going to be an issue. Gamma Grove's the one that got launched. We don't need to go there. Did that thing again where I just ran down that end of the hallway just reflexively once more. Yeah, there we go. Delta Grove. And we'll do Beta last. It is nice how much you can actually see through these little windows. You can actually tell that you are actually in fact moving, and it's not just like warping you over there and hiding the load screen or anything. Could buy some of this junk to heal, but I don't know if that's gonna be worth the money. 'Cause those don't heal for much. Let this stand as a reminder that my decision making doesn't always make sense, nor will it ever. I did not press long enough for 2 shots, but okay, game. That's the danger of automatic fire. Sometimes it goes a little beyond what you intended. There's an enemy around here somewhere. Plant. You can kind of see it sitting there. They're not exactly subtle. Is there a specific type of lump as far as the plants go? So they stand out against the rest of the plants. Look at that one right there. Of course it's broken. Why wouldn't it be broken? Can't have nice things. So I hopped up here for nothing. That's what I'm getting from that. Oh, I hopped up here to kill 2 plants. Which is technically something. And I'm sure it solves a future problem. Because I'm gonna have to go back up there, I'm sure. This is how we got here. Could just cheese my way up there, but let's follow the intended route so I don't confuse myself for a second here. Assuming this is the intended way. A lot of junk. Somebody whose head could easily just pop right off. Nice and easy. Stop that. No flash photography. It's a damaged mini pistol that I don't have room for. You presumably dropped your gun that is somewhere. There it is. Damaged magnum. I will make space for that, because that'll give me some decent scrap payout. Oh no, it's only 4. Isn't this the same amount then? Curiosity. No, this is 3, so it is 1 more credit. So, nah, we can come back for these. I don't need to haul this around. Well, I'll haul it around till I need the space for something more useful. Let's not throw away money. Up we go. Ah, there's the bridge. Yeah, you could just hover your way right up here. Yeah, but that's less as credits, though. The amount of scrap you get isn't the same value as you'd get in credits. You're correct, though, that I could pile up the scrap in my inventory. And eventually it would add up. You'd only really start getting significant value out of that if you were stacking up all of the junk scrap as well, really, because it takes 10 scrap to get 1 credit. That I'm going to assume is going to be a puzzle. Let me just make sure nothing in here is going to kill me. We'll solve that. Aha, I saw your shadow. Oh yeah, no, I was assuming that that was going to be an issue. I'm clearing the room first because that's important. I got stuck on something, I guess? I was trying to move to the side, but he just stopped. Even though there shouldn't have been anything that interrupted my movement there. Oh. More backtracking. Anything else I want to throw away while I'm here? Not particularly. I know we've got a lot of ammo for that, but I might put the Magnum back on the bar, because we do have ammo for it. Nah, put it in place of the Mag Pulse for the time being. More likely to use this than the Mag Pulse against a lot of things. There we go. Alright, anything that's like a larger environmental puzzle like that is immediately a red flag to save anyway. Because even if it's not necessarily failable, which that one may or may not be, it's a faster way to reset than some games have for them. And just to load a save. Wrong fucking way again. I really wish they had put the recharge over there, because it would have been a much more natural bit of pathing to get there. Rather than having to take this sudden turn here. Like, I get they don't want these to always be easy to reach, but without going through another elevator, this is about the only recharge we got. And this is still technically faster than going up and down elevators. I'm not about to sit there and just keep burning batteries just to refill when there's a recharge right there. At least Delta Grove's easy to get back to. Actually, arguably easier than the Alpha Grove. Less turns involved. Oh yeah, we just completely forgot about that camera. I'm pretty sure I saw it, and I'm just like, I don't care. I was very on edge when we first came in here, expecting to get jumped like we have before. And it ceased being as much of a concern, because a lot of this was just kind of empty. Shortcut. Wait. Oh yeah, that's how we got here. Yeah. Just completely forgot about that other bridge. This is how we got up, so no. No. Why is there even that bridge there to begin with? We went down. That's how we got to the chess puzzle. Check those already. Yeah, Now, where'd those flyers go that finished me off? I just want to talk. Stupid thing back on again. But if you just despawn now that you've killed me? Have you had your fill of violence? Okay, whatever. How does this work? Assume it involves the button. But let's have a look at the lay of the land here before we do anything. I'm assuming... Okay, yeah, there's a bunch of indicators when I look at things. Maybe the button's a reset then? I don't know. Wish I could get a better view of this rather than being in the middle of it. Like an aerial view or something so I can get a better scope of the sense of the field here. And I'm also gonna have to kind of play it by ear as to what each of these pieces are, aren't I? No, this says... It says what they are if I look at their tile. Okay, so these are bishops. I really would have thought these were rooks. Honestly, looking at them. But apparently these are rooks. Okay. That's my king. My king is in a horrendous position. Love that for me. One problem at a time. Okay, so torso men are knights. Pawns are obvious. These are bishops. This is a queen. Our queen is in a stupid position. Well, not that stupid a position, because their king is right there. One would think that there's a very obvious solution here. And I have to assume there is. That's silly, but fair enough. Well, one would think this is a better view, and it kind of is, but it also apparently doesn't stay up, or was it because I tried to hop up here for a little bit more height that it immediately lowered? It's a good thing these are see-through for the most part, otherwise this would still be a horrendous angle. So I assume the goal here is to win the game. Because it'd be a pointless chess puzzle if you're not aiming to checkmate their king. So if I'm aiming to achieve checkmate, they've got all of this shit sequestered around their king to try to prevent me from doing exactly what we need to do. And I'm going to assume this isn't going down to the grain enough that I can change my pawns into anything. So that's not going to be something to think about. That gets one layer of strategy out of here. We are in a slightly risky position because of where their queen and where their knight are. Not the biggest fan of that. But I don't know if I need to even worry about that. Because again, it depends on what the goal of the puzzle is, and logic denotes the goal of the puzzle is to get checkmate on their king. So, if we're aiming to do that, he's currently on a black tile. So, my white tile bishop would only help lock him in, as in this boy right here. He's currently doing a fine job of that, so I don't really need to move him at the moment. The stupid answer would be just to move my queen one step forward and kill this man. And that actually does just work, doesn't it? She wouldn't be in danger from their rook. The king wouldn't be able to reach. Is it just that simple? There's no way it's just that simple. But their king wouldn't be able to move there. The rook can't move to block. The king can't move to any of these. No, because he can move here. He has this space as a safety spot, because he can just back out. So that wouldn't work. I need to get somebody to cover here if I was going to do that, and the bishop's in the way, so that doesn't work. Like, I'm having to walk around down here because that podium position just does not give me the perspective I need. For those that are wondering why I'm choosing to walk amongst them to do this. Because otherwise, looking from up there, I would have missed that spot. And it would have been a complete waste of my time. I do think that that's a solid move to do this, but I don't know how many moves I get to do this. But we did save, so let's experiment. Let's learn how this works. Yeah, you move back there now, which is fine. My king is currently not in danger. I can't take that knight because that pawn is there. I can take their pawn to free up my king a little bit. No, I can't because there's the bishop there. So that doesn't work either. We're kind of in a shit spot, though it seems like either I missed their move or they didn't, or they don't get a move. Which would be silly. But it being a puzzle may mean that that's exactly how that works, and I don't need to worry about that. Yeah, because I can't checkmate them from this angle either, because there's two pieces in the way. And one of the main pieces that'll be in the way is next to the king, so I just would suicide the bishop if I did that, which doesn't help. I can remove the pawn by moving my pawn here, and then I'd be able to access that a bit easier. But that doesn't solve anything, that just makes one problem go away. And they have their queen in play here as well, which makes that less of a ideal position. Though it does have protection from an immediate attack from our pawn here. So there's logic there to use for that, but not really the one. Mr. Rook, what can you do for me? Ain't no way. Ain't no way it's gonna be that easy, right? Right? There's a catch I'm missing here? Uh-huh. He just shimmies right out of the way. Kinda figured. Because that's the obvious move. You move the rook here, then you kill the piece here, and you would have been in position to win, and it would have just been over. But I think having that rook there is fine. I think that is a benefit to us. We don't have our other rook, unfortunately. We only have one. So we can't use that information to our advantage. And I don't have positioning to deal with their bishop. Oh, I fucked up, actually. Hang on, let's roll back. I know exactly what to do here now. Or at least I have an idea to do something here. Do the same thing we did before. Kill that. Now, before we move that rook into position, move you here. Now the bishop's out of the way. Except no, he'll move back and kill me anyway. That doesn't work. No. That still won't work. The theory was that he wasn't gonna act on that. And for some reason, my brain went, oh yeah, he won't react to that, it'll be fine! Immediately turns around and kills him. Oh. Well, that's a shame. Now, my alternative is I could try moving my queen back a step. But the knight takes her. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured would happen there. I wasn't sure if they were going to avoid doing that because my king was present to do that. Rather, the bishop was present to then kill the knight. But I think they didn't care about that. Actually, no, the bishop wouldn't have been able to reach anyway. I had my positioning wrong. So what exactly do they want me to do? Because I'm assuming that's what loading the save is about, is avoiding losing too many pieces. You that. Like, that seems like the safe starting move. What do I do from here? Because remember, we couldn't take this with the queen because of the fact that the king was right here. I don't like having their queen right in the middle of us like this either. Not really the biggest fan of that. Ew. That's shoddy design, but I'm not surprised. So here's an important question before I spend a long amount of time on here. Is this required? Because if it's an unretriable puzzle and it's required, that's disgusting. Like, that is me asking a genuine question. Is this required for completion of the game? Because even if it's not required, I could see this being a major complaint. Okay. See, the main reason I ask that is, for one, if this ends up taking forever, I may nix it. But the more important part about that was it helps me determine just how bad game design-wise this is. Because if it's not entirely required, that makes it a little more acceptable than if it was... like, you absolutely have to do this to complete the game. Having an unresettable puzzle break like that is not good. So arguably, starting from a like normal start would actually be an improvement. Well, that's what I was saying, yeah, is playing from a full table might actually be an improvement compared to the shit sandwich position we kind of were put in here. As it should be, really, because otherwise it would be a joke. I just hate this position that we're in here. Like, I'm sure it's probably winnable in a couple moves from the position we were started in. It's just... in certain layers of the logic, it's harder to pick up a game in the middle than it is to pick up from the beginning. If that makes sense. There's no way they want me to do something stupid like just pawn march. That seems like it'd be entirely too many moves. But I'm curious to see how it's gonna react to me doing this. Kind of figured. That moves the queen out of position. But not really to a beneficial position. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Didn't mean that I ever engaged in them, but I was aware that they existed. But I've always done better with an actual chess match compared to trying to pick up one of these puzzles and just go, oh yeah, this is the current state of play, I do this. I'm much better at reacting to the game as it unfolds than grabbing a random position. Okay, by making their queen do that, I've done a terrible thing, though. So I've just realized something. Something I can do is take you and go here. Now, the problem with that is this knight is still here, though. So that knight will kill me if I try to go for their bishop. And if I stop in front of him, the queen kills me. So that doesn't work. That plan does not follow through. Now, I never claimed to be particularly good at chess on a good day. I am much better at working around my opponent than I am at chess itself. Which is why this is going to take a bit, which is why there was a debate as to whether it would be worth it to me to even fight with this enough to make this happen. And I ain't going to just be looking for an answer either. I could sacrifice the rook to clear the king. That doesn't help anything. See, when I see the words, "it'll be worth it," followed by a smile, I immediately distrust that sentence rather than trusting it because of the amount of times that exact sentence has been used against me. I'm going to assume you intend it with the way it's meant to be read there as a positive. But there's just the knee-jerk reaction of like, do they mean that now? Or is it a matter of it'll be worth it watching me hate myself fighting with the puzzle? It's like I'm always in the camp of most games are designed for their puzzles to be solved in a couple steps because they don't want you to have to do like this whole long roundabout thing to solve most puzzles. Most puzzles are designed to be quick if you know the solution. Since we don't know the solution, we then end up having more steps in between. But the assumption then is that this is winnable within like 3 or 4 moves. I just need to see what those moves are. Now, this assumption could be completely wrong, but that is my starting assumption. Could it be? Yeah, because that would work to protect the queen while she goes into that position. But the bishop's in the way, so that doesn't work. And the only place we could take our king to protect him would be to put him over there, and that's pointless in terms of making forward progress here, because they're not aggressing on us. So we don't need to worry about protecting the king. Yeah. I was just saying 3 or 4 as, like, the ballpark number. Any strategy that would take more than, like, the 6 to 8 you're mentioning is getting discarded, is the point. Because that's beyond the scope of what they're intending here. And obviously, if you make weird enough moves that make them do weird enough moves, I'm sure there's a way to make this cockroach out for a long time. But that helps narrow out some of the choices, rather than just me picking up pieces and moving them around randomly. I just know it's hard for people to tell that that's what I'm doing, so I'm speaking these out loud in the hopes that people get the idea of where my logic's going. Well, yeah, because I'm sure most people just go for it without really trying to logic it out. Because that's an easy thing to end up doing. Yeah. No, that makes sense. Wait. Is this a weak point? Maybe. Maybe it's a weak point. I don't think I can go through my own pieces either. Let's test to see if they've got that as a concept. Ooh. Yeah. So you've put me in a worse position by moving your queen. That is not a useful position. That is not helpful. I'll give them one thing. At least the game loads quickly, so it's not the worst thing. But again, it then gets predicated on you loading your save constantly, which is not good. And this is a new puzzle for the remake, isn't it? Because I do not recall a chess puzzle in the original, but I may just be not remembering it, or the one I was watching didn't bother to do it. Imagine if I could just pick these up and use them as new pieces on the chessboard, just start throwing mutants on the table. Like, I feel like I made the right move by forcing their king to move. Because it narrows their field of movement. So I think this is the right first move to make. It's just the move after this that's the question mark. But I'm pretty sure if I move my bishop here, their queen's gonna make her move. Is the only thing keeping that queen from being an issue is the bishop being here. But, as a proof of concept... Oh, the knight moved. Interesting. Interesting that the knight was the one that chose to move. That changes things. Here's the thing, though. That frees my hand to move my bishop to get rid of this guy, which moves their queen here, which is not what I was thinking about because I wasn't looking at enough angles here. Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to narrow where they can move, which, as it stands, all I need to do is get something to touch that king now, because we win. Is he cannot move back to this front line here, and our bishop is covering this line. So something just needs to be able to access his position here, which is why I was trying to get my bishop into play over here. But the queen is the issue about doing that. So I think if I neutralize the queen, I think we're good to go. I'm currently stuck. Their queen is on top of my king, and I cannot get rid of their queen with my king. This is an unwinnable position currently. So I cannot play from this position is the problem. And if I move my queen in front of their king, she just dies. Because remember, the king can attack. So the king will just protect himself, and that's a losing state there as well. Is you move queen here. What? That's incorrect. That is incorrect. That's not how that works. Oh wait, no, the bishop's protecting it. Never mind. Yeah, no, I read the table wrong. Because the fucking angles here make the tiles move slightly in my brain when I'm moving around the board too much. I knew it was something stupid and simple. I just could not fucking see that because I kept moving where the bishop was in my head. The thing is, though, with it being that stupid simple, I see why they didn't think of it needing to be resettable. Because that is literally sitting there right in front of your face. That was one of the first moves I was going to do, but I talked myself out of it literally on the first turn. This is why I was chasing after what the shortest moves were, because, like, the logic follows. This makes sense. But I kept bailing out of it just because I thought he was over here. Now, what was the point of that? What was the reward? Like, did it open a door somewhere? Activate a bridge. I'm gonna guess it's over here then? Well, yeah, I gathered that it's in the chess room. I'm just trying to figure out where in the chess room. Ah, this door. Okay, not the other door. Ah, okay, I see why you were saying it was worth it now. Is extra inventory. This doesn't seem like there was anything else in here. But the extra inventory is worth it. Especially given what the reality of that puzzle actually was. If that was like a more complex puzzle than that, I would have said that there would be more debate on how worth it that is. But with the solution being literally just move the queen twice, that's actually fair. And the healing is good to have. Could just jump right up there, but I'm gonna assume the safety interlock door is not functional right now. Ah, good, a recharge. It'd be very funny if the mallet was actually a weapon. You just walk around smacking things with a little mallet. Just thunk, 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 thunk. I would have to assume it would do, like, very little damage, but it would be good in terms of just being quicker. Like, you would have to have no range and no damage, but just thunk. Exactly. It would be so good. It would not be great for the tone the game is aiming for here, but sometimes you need that. Oh, this door wasn't blocked in any way. I could have just hopped up here and avoided even needing to go push the button. Oh well. I did not mean to slide off of there, but the stupid skates did me in again. I, for some reason, thought I could hold that until I was ready to fire that. Well, that's a shame. And they're not coming out, huh? Well, yeah, I gathered that it overheats. I just assumed that the heat would only trigger when it was actually fired for some reason, because some games do that, some games don't. That's where there was a question mark. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna be able to reach that from here, actually, so that doesn't work. I'm gonna have to go back over here and push the button. I was hoping to be cheeky. Since we don't have that much med gel, I really don't want to use it either. Rather save it for the future. Maybe I'll be able to get an EMP in there quick enough. Forgetting once again that this guy's got the weakest throwing arm in the goddamn galaxy, though. Fuck's sake, these doors. These goddamn doors! The timing on them is the worst thing. Waste so many shots because the door just goes, nah, I'm gonna shut now. Is there not a second one? I swore there was two of them. What? Huh. Well, okay then. I really did think there was 2 of them. I mean, I guess I can't be too upset about there being less enemies, but... You're the first to say that it makes me nervous, because... I'm just gonna be checking my back for traps the whole time. Loot the body as well. Should I get my ammo? Sometimes things just work out, but it doesn't mean I trust it.
Safety interlocks disabled.
I presume we want to go out the other end. What? That noise? Heard something as I was walking around here. Oh, my battery ran out. That's what happened. No flyers? No plants? Really? Nothing? Of course that doesn't work. Ah, yeah, because I would have been jumped by the 2 plants here on the way out. That's why. That makes sense. Well, either way, we're done here. We can get out of this grove and move on with our lives. You know, a wiser man would have turned around and recharged at the thing that was right over there. He says, knowing full well that he can still do that. As soon as I go the right way. Which is, again, why these maps need better height difference indications. Especially with maps like this that spend their whole time looping in on themselves. So unless you remember the layout of the land, you're gonna very easily just have it all just become gobbledygook looking at it. Case in point, going all the wrong ways. Though that one was more my fault than the map's fault. Right, that's the part that doesn't work. Which we could just fly across if I had any energy. Right on back over here, though, to get my recharge. It's right over here, right? Yeah. I'm glad I can reach from here and the damn bucket wasn't gonna defy me. Very funny to be stopped from doing that just by a bucket, though. And then I was gonna have to pick it up and move it. Blood splatter. Dead guy. Stuff. Useless. Thing's making noise up there, and I saw it on the radar. There's ground I didn't cover up there. How much do I care about going up there? I haven't been over there, so I probably should go check. I have no health. Probably a bad idea. Plant, I think. Actually, it might be a mutant. Sounds more like a mutant. Nope, it is a plant. Probably a waste to hit it with magnum rounds, but I didn't want it getting a shot off. Oh, that's why, because there was also a mutant. Oh, you fucker. Guess who forgot his energy gun was still in charge mode, so wasted a lot of time there.
He's dead. Real shame. He will be missed.
I forgot in that brief second that it even had a charge mode, and that was the worst time to forget that. But I didn't want to waste more magnum rounds, so Brain went, use the energy weapon, it's the safe choice. Fails immediately. I knew I shouldn't have went and poked my nose over there with 2 hit points, but no, I needed to go look. I needed to know. And I'm gonna go back over there now. Such a waste of time. Let's go back over there. Like, I'm betting there's not even going to be a reason for me to be over there. It's going to be a waste of my time. But now I'm on a mission of vengeance, so it doesn't even matter if there's a point to being over there. 'Cause now I'm just upset. Worked that time. Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's high power, not charge, but that's fine. High power should do the job anyway. Nothing else showing on the scanner, so I'm assuming I'm good, even though the music's still going. I'm assuming all of these other, like, small lifts and such exist just because they know some people are gonna manage to miss the hover boots somehow. So they want to make sure people can still get around without it. And, you know, people end up without having enough energy, etc. I mean, most things can't be turned back on again if they get shocked hard enough. Oh, another assault rifle. Probably empty that for bullets, too. The mine's... Oh, I did upgrade mine, though. So yes, I do want mine back. I was gonna say mine's empty, but I upgraded it to have automatic, so I do want that back. Hey, there's level 2 energy shield. So now when I need that, I have that. Very good. So you know what? That was actually worth coming back over here. The most annoying thing about me not telling what mode this is in is it's very clearly visually obvious which mode it's in. I just don't always look at my gun when I'm dealing with something. I do the thing and assume that my hands have done the correct thing they needed to. I would assume it'd be like taking a nap. Yeah, but that would involve looking at the gun if you're talking about the one that's physically on the gun itself. There are times where the gun is just filtered out of my vision entirely under the circumstances, is what I'm trying to get across. It may not make sense, but that is exactly what happens. There are just occasions of tunnel vision just hard enough that it ends up causing that problem. There's still a decent amount of this place left, because there's this whole side here. Doesn't really seem that worth my while at the moment, though, other than that energy shield. And that's the problem with trying to fuck around and climb around at the top like that. That just shoved me off. I didn't even miss the landing. It just slid me right off of it. Yep, of course that one doesn't work either. This place really is just a mess. I was half expecting that one to work once and turn this barrier on and just leave me stuck in there. Just because it would be funny. Yeah, I think we're done here now. Aimed my energy shield prize. Burnt through all my energy all over again. Which, actually, I should hop down there and take the slight bit of damage from that. So I can recharge. Or, you know, he'll fall further than I meant him to, but that's fine. Health is theoretically infinite as long as I'm willing to die. And that's a hell of a sentence when you put it away out in the air, doesn't it? It's like, oh yeah, as long as you're willing to die, health is endless. Does that work that way? I don't know about that one, boss. Sometimes I say things that even I'm not convinced by. What else is infinite? There's a few things. Depending on how you want to look at it. Since we're on our way out of here, I'll go ahead and grab the other gun. I don't know about that one. Like, theoretically, yes, but realistically, maybe not. Twitch is weird sometimes. Like, I've definitely received gift subs to channels I've never been to and never followed. But I think maybe they're, like, connected to somebody I do know in some, like, weird stretch way, and then it's like, oh yeah, that'll totally still work. There you go. Like, I swear sometimes it just goes, like, to the friend of a friend level when it decides who to give the random gift sub to. It doesn't happen often, but it does happen. Correct. The thing is, no matter whether the person that receives the gift sub is even followed, the streamer still gets the same money. So at the end of the day, whether the subscription perks get used at all or not is irrelevant to the financial exchange there. And that's the part that Twitch cares about. Twitch couldn't care less if you guys end up not seeing ads or using emotes or anything. The thing Twitch cares about at the end of the day is Twitch gets its money. If you just want the real answer there. So if you think about it in a twisted way, it actually does make sense, because it then means unless you're specifically having people gift the subs to specific people, you actually have lower odds because it can technically end up gifting to external people. So it becomes just kind of a fucked up gotcha at that point. Now that is probably not at all the reasoning, but it makes a twisted kind of sense. Yeah, the recycler on flight deck is closer, I think. Rather than going crawling through the tunnels to go back to the recycler over there to get rid of these things. I could also buy ammo, but that's not ammo that I particularly care about at the moment. And I also forgot which elevator I was going through, so no, the recycler is not in fact that close here. So fuck that noise. Never mind. Unfortunately, executive's not connected to any great places. Just for me to get this recycled. Is this one's flight deck? What was this one again? Out of my way, clean bot. Shoot. Is it? Oh wait, no. Wasn't maintenance connected to? Yeah, maintenance is the one that's connected here. That'll be easy to ditch my stuff at. I thought that elevator was here, but for some reason I kept, like, missing it every time I was looking for it. Yeah, because the recycler here in maintenance is just right over here. Arguably, I should have been doing this when I was doing my money grinding for any of the ones that weren't down at the end of that tunnel, because crawling along there is so slow. There we go, inventory's cleaned up again. Still a mess, but the part I can clean up is cleaned up. Is there anything to buy here that I wanted? No, this floor is useless in terms of purchasing power. But I can take the elevator from here to reactor and heal myself that way. Which, that's this elevator right here. And then we'll go to the last grove. There's a reason why I'm healing specifically before going to this one. Are you fucking kidding me? Why are you here? Like, not why is he on this floor at all, but why is he specifically standing right here? Well, yeah. He's accomplishing that part great, just... There wasn't any of these in this section of this floor before. Something changed. Because the only things getting auto-deployed here before were just the... What's the word? Just the, like, laser guys, the little turret boys. Yeah, I'm gathering that. I just, for some reason, wasn't expecting it to manifest itself on this floor, but thinking about it, I don't think I've cleared this floor out entirely of security, so that might be why. No, this is 10% security. Guess it was just kind of here. That's fair. Is this my exit? No, I'm going the right way. Yeah, Shodan can be as mad as she wants. Still not gonna be able to stop me. Oh, still ain't gonna get out of my chair. Back where we came from. And to think, a lot of these problems would have been avoided if this place actually had a singular central elevator somewhere in addition to these all disconnected elevators. That would have its own problems, though, admittedly. Didn't mean to do that. Was reloading my guns and reflexively reloaded an energy weapon like a fool. Okay. See, and there's the other problem, yes, it would make sense, and that's not allowed. We all know that. We know the rules. Yeah, that's the beta. The grove over there. My brain was like, no, you're reflexively going back to that same place again. It's like, no, I actually do need to go there this time. Sometimes my navigation reflexes are quite literally completely backwards wired, and it is the most frustrating thing. It's actually kind of impressive how it is, like, the exact opposite of what I need it to be sometimes. Well, that's exactly what I mean when I say it has other problems, yeah. It would be beneficial to me in that moment. Still can't access that one, though. Shodan still says no to going to Beta Grove. So I'm missing a step. Okay, that's annoying. So I popped the safety interlocks in Alpha and Delta. So what didn't I do? So I clearly didn't do something. Like, my assumption for that was that I needed to get rid of the level security, which is why I didn't worry about that at any point otherwise. But level security is 0, so how does Shodan even have the power to block me there anymore? Oh yeah, I still need to do cyberspace, I get. No, but cyberspace was how to get into the... into Diego's room, though. There must be something I missed over here in beta somewhere, then. Let's see, Diego's original room, rather than the room over here. That was... this one? Missed something somewhere in this quadrant. I thought I did because I had opened up the one listed as Diego's room through cyberspace. But I'm going to assume it's one of those annoying things where it's like, well, you did, but you didn't. Is so much shit is layered upon layered around here. But there's no doors I didn't go in here other than ones that don't work. So what did I miss? Because there were manual lock doors over here, so maybe it's one of those and I missed a cyberspace thing that would open it? Or there's something I need to, like, push a button on somewhere in this mess here that I didn't push. About the only other thing I can think of is having to go all the way back in there somewhere. It's like maybe his quarters is actually back there somewhere. Which, for sake of brevity, I'll ask this. Is it in this main section of Beta Quadrant, or is it down here? I don't need to know how to get to it or any of that, just which of the two segments is it in so I don't spend all my time searching around one section only to waste my time. I'm assuming I have to go back to Diego's room because of the log mentioning Beta Grove was locked. They said the power drain came back to Diego's old room in Beta Quad. So logic denotes the thing to open access to Beta Grove would then be in Diego's old room. That's the logic I'm operating under. If I'm following completely incorrect logic, I'm also open to being told, no, that's not the line you're supposed to be chasing. Okay, so I was on the right thought here for the first time. Admittedly, I don't know which one is his room, necessarily. At least not at this point, because I know we found a Diego log in a room. But ask me if I remember that this many days apart. I think, though, it was the one that was a pain in the ass to get into. This one. Yeah, I got to that point now. I was just double checking these rooms. Yeah, you're skipping the part about the question I asked and giving me more than I'd asked for there. I understand stream delay is a thing, but at the same time, I can figure things out. Yeah, you're fine, just bear that in mind. There might have also been things I forgot in some of those rooms too, so it wasn't a complete waste to go back in there, though I forgot that the sense round turned off again. Because God forbid that thing ever stay on. It does take up the whole room. Is this worth anything? No, not really. That's just a comb. So somewhere in here, presumably, is the thing I forgot to do. Yeah, it definitely is. This is the keyboard you were sitting at, and Diego's hologram was right there in front of you, and the two guards were right there and there. I recognize this layout. Okay, it's not like move the painting or anything. That would have been funny. There's 3 lights. I'm gonna assume I need to light all these lights to do something. That seems like a funny. Now it just says it, well, nothing happened, it won't budge. So I'm assuming I need to look at something else to cause that to do something. Which is why I was looking around for like a switch or anything. Oh boy, what do you got for me? This one just says switch flipped. But maybe it's the other one? Already activated. So was that all I needed to do? I'll just go ahead and ask that question since I apparently blinked and missed it. Okay. I don't agree entirely with that being where they give you information, because if you don't happen to look there in the second that it's up there, you can very easily just miss it. That happens. Which is why I'm like, I don't understand what you're talking about. That one is fine because I genuinely missed it because I'm multitasking here. I can't exactly stare at the top bar there the whole time and not miss these things. And as far as evil doppelgangers and such go, it depends on how it's used. There's a lot of times where it's poorly used because, like, oh hey, there's the evil you now, and we just resolve that by beating the shit out of the evil you, and now it's not really a thing. It can be cleverly used for like a mystery segment where it actually causes confusion and strife amongst a group, is the doppelganger can actually blend. But even then it can get ham-fistedly used as well. Like, it even can work well being played for laughs, like if the evil doppelganger is just you but evil with a mustache. And that at least ends up being funny. But yeah, that's kind of the thing, is a lot of the time it ends up just being used as a hand wave move to dodge having to use somebody for a purpose that they're not ordinarily supposed to be doing. Well, that's exactly what I mean, yeah. That's the only way I can answer your question, is each spin that's been put on it I have a different opinion about. So I can't give you a generalized answer to the whole thing. Yeah, that is a good summary. The idea has great potential, but it is executed lazily and poorly a lot of the time. That is pretty much the same thought I'm on as well. I'm trying to remember the specific example that I was gonna go for, because there was a show that actually used the evil doppelganger bit very well. See, a lot of those kind of end up being kind of the same thing. Like or at the very least, they get used for the same thing, even if there is some variation there. Like, evil robot version of somebody, that usually ends up being one of the lazier ones, in my experience. There's layers to the shadow version, yeah. It depends on how that one's handled, but there is more potential to that than some things. Because you at least have the layers of, like, okay, how do you actually resolve that? Like, what made this version of you exist can actually be more than just, oh, hey, we just needed an evil you, so now there's an evil you. The bad you, like, are we talking, like, alternate universe bad you? There just is an evil twin? Well, which variety are you talking about with bad you? Because there's multiple layers to that one, potentially. And fake you, I would assume, is, like, a clone type deal. Would be the logical assumption there. Clones are an interesting one, potentially, because you have the potential option for that clone to branch out in its own ways. Okay, so yeah, that would fall more into the tier of, like, the played for laughs almost. That one I'm fine with, because those are usually fun. And again, that still has a similar to the clone potential of being able to branch out and become more of its own entity than just evil you. That can work. I went the wrong way. Yeah. So kind of like a caricature, almost, of you, instead of necessarily doing it at all well. One wrong door and you end up just completely at the wrong end of the universe.
Warning. Dangerous biocontaminant detected. Do not enter without protective suit.
Thankfully, it's biocontamination, so I know that EnviroSuit 1's good enough for that. Battery drain in here is probably going to be miserable. Let's see how it goes first. Alright, it auto-saves when I get here, so worst case I'll roll back to this. I see that Pack 1 doesn't really do that much, huh? That kinda sucks. I made the assumption that the entire point to having the Enviro Pack was so that you'd be protected from that. Turns out that's just lies. Me, I am slowly dying of biological contamination. Nah, I don't need to see. I'm assuming it gets a lot worse. I just made the mistake of assuming that it was actually going to protect me completely. I could use the detoxes as well. I do have a lot of them. But I have no intentions of wasting health just proving that it is helping. Assuming those little pod burst things, though, are part of the problem. There's just enough of them here that it's an issue. Worst case, we'll die a couple times doing this. It's not the end of the world. I'm just not gonna waste healing resources on this. Oh, I'm actually out of ammo for that, huh? Just ran out of everything at the worst possible time there. Oh, and this is another stupid one where you just die arbitrarily, permanently, huh? Okay, sure, why not, game? Sure. So once again, this is a case of I don't understand why this counts as a permanent death compared to the other ones. We died in the other two groves and nothing bad happened. Why did this one operate differently? I have to assume then that there's a respawn in here? And that's how we got turned into a cyborg this time? Or is this another case of bullshit logic where it doesn't actually make sense that this kills you? But there was no one to take us to the regen bays in the other places either. Most everywhere else, everything was hostile. Why would anything be taking us to the regen bays in any of the other places? Shodan has enough control of... I don't know if I believe that. Like, I have to assume that that's true, but... where are they? Ever? You know, the logic is kind of flawed there. I guess that kind of makes sense. Yeah, that's I think the thing is that it's based on old logic, not on logic that necessarily makes sense. I'm gonna just quickly run it back here for a second. I forgot to move the damn patch around. I struggle sometimes with logic that's built on your enemies are idiots. But at the same time, on floors you've like completely cleared out and security 0, what's the point of making it security 0 if there's still hostile patrols? Yeah, but some are more obvious and ham-fisted with it than others is the thing. That one just took me right out of it for that moment. It's just like, I don't know about that one. Oh yeah, these things exist. I forgot I didn't kill that one. The very logic that Shodan's kind of being presented with here kind of goes back and forth as well, because like they try to present her as a credible threat, but in a lot of the cases she ends up being, in more practical terms, fairly incompetent. We're gonna die again, by the way, so just buckle up for that, because I do not have enough battery power to sustain all of that I'm trying to do there, so I need to just put that energy weapon away so I don't kill myself with it. I'm willing to hear that tip now, though I think I might have come to the same conclusion. We'll go ahead and hear it anyway, because this area is going to suck.
Let us find out together.
Like, not even in a, oh, this is a fun challenge way. This seems like it's just gonna be miserable. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured was gonna be the statement, yeah. Because I had assumed that, but reflexes kick in and you still use the thing because it's on the bar. There we go, we'll just take that off the bar and not use that. Let's take the skates off as well, because that's another energy drain. We'll just have to keep batteries on hand. keep from running out completely, though the detoxes seem to help. So I might be able to just use the detox patches for coverage as well, because I have a lot of them. We can use the incendiary rounds on the assault rifle, though, and that should chew through them pretty good. I've not really been worrying about what weapon's best against what type, is most things don't survive that long anyway, but we're at a point where I'm going to have to pay a little bit more attention to that. Oh yeah, the question mark on that ends up being what is defined as enough. Yes, I had already noted that. Thank you. The biggest issue I'm going to see here is not knowing where I need to go, so we're going to end up piddling around in here and taking unnecessary damage. Oh, there was 2 of them. Okay, sure. Yes. And turning to react to what you were saying there left me in a really bad spot there. The thing is, I forgot that it doesn't... His canceling out other patches can be taken one of 2 ways. Either it cancels out everything that was running at the time, or it stops other things from being activated. At that moment, I forgot that it didn't allow a new one to be activated. Because I very rarely use those detoxes. So this area just sucks. Like, this is just designed to be miserable, is what I'm getting out of this. I would argue you don't have much of a choice but to use the detoxes in here, just because you'll be draining health constantly otherwise. I gathered that at this point, yes. I was explaining the logic that led to here. Oh, the medkits I don't have anymore. Brilliant. Nope, I'm out of them completely. Had to use them on all the other bullshit we were dealing with, like Diego. Great. Great. Love that for me. I've noticed this is a thing. And we're gonna have a discussion here before I walk back into the poison, because I'm not gonna be able to have this discussion and deal with this place at the same time. What is this fixation survival horror games have with setting up at least one sequence that is basically reliant on one specific method of handling it, and you are punished if you do not have that one specific thing anymore? What is that fixation? Like, is that supposed to be tense? Because let me tell you, very rarely ends up being tense. It's more frustrating than tense. Because the simple reality is you don't actually have the kind of stakes they try to convince you that you have. His death is meaningless. So it's just... yeah, this is another one of those things. Which I understand that they couldn't change this area completely to fix that one. But it just boggles my mind that a game designer will make this and be like, this is fun, this is good. Even in 94, you would think they would have understood that maybe this wasn't the greatest idea. And they didn't really do that much better in System Shock 2 either, because there's a segment similar to this in there as well. But you do have the tools to deal with it better in System Shock 2. Because you actually have something that'll protect you from it, instead of something that half-ass protects you from it. Yeah, no, I agree with your logic there. Just, it's gonna make this so fucking tedious. Like, this is... I'm going to say this right now. This entire grove is now officially designated the waste of your time grove. Is this is designed with a disrespect to the player's time in mind. I just want to get that thought out there right now. Is you are wasting your time in one of 2 ways. You are either running back, or you're dying and coming back. But I wanted to get all that out while I have the time to get that coherent thought out, rather than splitting my attention. Doesn't make it okay. Let me go recharge my energy as well, because we're at half energy already. I needed to have that whole rant. Just because they were idiots in 94 doesn't make it not good design. Or in this case, not bad design. Correct. But let me tell you, they had a fair few games come out between arcade and this, even in the original version of this, that they could have learned a few things by that point. And the more rental mindset was more designed for console games than PC games. PC games were mostly designed with a different mindset, at least past like the Commodore 64 era. Like, early DOS even still had some things like that happening. I won't disagree with that statement, but the nature of the challenge is where the question mark kind of comes in on that. Because a challenge is usually dictated by it being an indication of needing a certain capacity of skill, not necessarily just a willingness to suffer. Now, you're right about that. That part I'll grant you. There was still a solid amount of people that picked up the PC later on as well, but yes, the consoles did expand it a lot. Let's just not even worry about the other thing. I forgot that the ion pulse is still on my goddamn bar. How many fucking things are in here? Where? There he is. Thanks, game. Thanks for having those wobble just enough. Let's go back. Buckle up, everybody, for the exciting gameplay of running back and forth. Hope you're all ready for the most exciting part of a video game. I knew there was a segment like this in here, but for some reason I thought this was going to end up being a case of you just needed to manage your energy, not you were going to be constantly taking ticking damage regardless. Yeah, I was just getting away in case anything followed me. And I also wanted to recharge my energy, because since I'm bothering to recuperate, I may as well commit and go recharge my energy so I'm not spending batteries, you know? Considering I only have a couple batteries. He's left. And honestly, I'm tempted to walk all the way back to reactor and go to the med station. And just because of the amount of damage I took, because either that or I'm drinking down all my med patches. And I don't have that many of them either. It's gonna drive me batty, because this genuinely just feels like a complete waste of time. But it's the only option I see in this situation. Because it's either that or we genuinely are just going to keep dying. His 3 med patches are not going to be enough to make this happen. And this is why I say that it's kind of a disrespect to the player's time. Honestly, I'm not sure. I haven't been back there in forever. And if it comes down to me having to sit there and farm med patches, I'm just ending the game. I'm just going to tell you that right now. If I have to sit there and farm random drop med patches, I'm done with this. That is past the point where it's worth my time anymore. Like, if they make just enough bad decisions where it is forced to be in a position like that, that's just... I'm done with that idea at that point. Because as it stands, this is already getting tight in terms of fitting into my schedule anymore. Because I had a lot of things planned for October that already have not panned out for other reasons, and now this is taking longer than I had intended. So it gets to be more and more tenuous there, too. So regardless of whether people may end up getting disappointed, this may end up getting dropped without getting finished anyway, depending on how this session plays out. That is partially a mistake on my part, I will fully admit. I had made the mistake of thinking this was going to end up similar length to System Shock 2, not that it was a full, like, 5 or so extra hours longer. Which I should have checked before starting this. Which is why I say this was a mistake on my part. Because if it was similar length, it would have been, oh yeah, you just go in 2 sessions, bing bang boom, done. And then it fits into the schedule smoothly. It already needing a 3rd session throws off the whole line I had planned in order to try to finish this. And if it's going to need a 4th session, then it's a disaster. I saw about 17 when I looked at how long to beat, and yeah, usually how long to beat is, like, off by a few hours, so that's kind of where I was getting to. But we kept having these bursts where things were going smoothly, so I'm like, okay, maybe I'm gonna be able to make up the time. Because I have a idea of how this all goes. Is remember, it's not 100% blind, it's like half blind. But that half blind is sometimes shooting me in the ass hard enough that it's causing more harm than help. And the remake is clearly just different enough from the enhanced edition, that is what I saw, that's also causing an extra layer of throwing to it. And yeah, that's kind of why I was saying that I already didn't believe the 17. That's why I was already starting to question my commitment here. Bear in mind, this is the last week of October. So if I was trying to fit in anything else, which I had originally planned to do, I then would not be able to fit the 4th session of this in before October is over. And the whole point behind playing this was it's October. So I now have a quandary there. Like, it's not a significant quandary, but it screws over the whole layout I had planned. And that's where some of the frustration with this is coming from, is the point. But unfortunately, unless you sit there and research a game, you can't always guarantee you're not going to end up with a scenario like this. I forgot to swap the damn pulse gun again. See, the problem there is I end up with the split mindset there. Because you're correct. That is exactly what I should do. But the problem is, I feel bad when I leave things incomplete. That's the thing. I will be very annoyed with myself to begin with by leaving this incomplete. But I'm also frustrated about the things that are not going to get to happen now, too. So even just looking at how my own perspective goes into this, I am now stuck in an unwinnable position, basically. Which is why I just cut my losses and I'm just keeping going. That's why the third session even happened in the first place, because there was a genuine consideration of just not even doing this third session. Just to, like, put the full layer of how things have been layering out in my mind out in front of everybody right now. So I was already starting to get a little on the fence about it in places in the second session. Especially after the whole Diego fiasco. Never said I wasn't. That was the point I was trying to make. The problem is, they are set by me, but they're also a simple case of those deadlines are there for a reason. And I have to acknowledge the simple fact that I've said this many times. I set a kind of unnecessarily high marker for myself as well. Like, I try to do more than I should. And that's been a consistent problem as well. It's just purely from the stance of being transparent with y'all. I'm getting that thought out there for you anyway. We're also running out of bullets with a lot of things, which is not going to help. That's why I was relying on that energy weapon so much, but I can't use it in there, otherwise I will just die. So let's take stock. This gun, useless now. Doesn't have any bullets. Magpulse, useless against the organics, I'm sure. I'm gonna have to go break out the shotgun, I think, because I genuinely am running out of ammo too much. Your logic is sound. Though I would say that content creation does add an extra layer to that. Because if you're abandoning too many things, it starts to set a precedent that people can't rely on you to finish something. Either. And I used to be that guy. I used to never finish anything. And I've been trying so hard to be better about that, and I fully acknowledge that I've overcompensated. Like, I've swung too far back the other way. But that's part of the process. You can't always swing to the spot you want to be at immediately. The downside ends up being y'all unfortunately have to come along for part of that process because of the time that all of this is happening. Because don't get me wrong, there's a few things I've dropped because, like, no, this is not fun. The reason why, other than the fact that I started this, that I am continuing this, is I do want to see this through. I'm not so upset with this yet that I don't want to see it through at all. It's just dancing on that edge right now. Wrong elevator. Is there are certain parts of this that, like we already talked, kind of tread on my nerve a bit. And I do have to acknowledge that there is an extraneous factor in play here. Because as I've discussed a few times, I've been sick for most of these sessions. Like, my acid reflux has been fucking with me miserably. So some of the frustration obviously is coming from that rather than from the game, which is a part of why I'm trying not to take it out on the game itself necessarily. But I can't necessarily ameliorate that completely because since I'm doing this full time, I can't really just stop working. I've got acid reducers, but I don't have, like, prescription level ones or anything because I can't afford to go to a doctor particularly. So I wouldn't be able to go get any prescribed. So I'm just kind of making the best of it that I can. they're just not always the most resoundingly effective thing either. And there's just a whole other layer of things to that, too. Oh yeah, put this one railgun round away. Like, not to be a downer, because I try not to be a downer during these things, but this is just the truth of the situation as it stands, and I'm just laying the honesty out for y'all right now. I may have to go buy ammo, because I genuinely just don't have that much to work with. I can obviously go fetch a fresh shotgun, and that'll give me the Dragon Breath and the Fletchet rounds to use. But other than that, all I've really got is Teflon-coated rounds left. Which is really bad. And that's kind of the other thing I was looking at with this game, is I'm starting to run into a position where I'm hitting a drain of resources such that I may not be able to... Yeah, because some countries actually are sensible about how these things are, and others may not necessarily be as sensible. So honestly, if it tells you anything about my own personal finances, not necessarily the household's finances, even something like that would start getting a little tight to keep paying. Then again, 3 months is fine there. I'm paying more than that for not... Well, it would be probably a month, I would say, of the acid reducers I bought. But I'm paying, like, nearly twice that for just 1 month. Just to put that in perspective. But I don't need them all the time, so it's not that bad. That simple. Why is there a weird symbol here? Oh. Why was that marked on the... I'm gonna assume that it was the sensor round doing that, but I've never seen it actually show me a med patch like that, because usually I spot them before I look at the minimap and spot them there. Huh. I've lost track of what I was doing now, because I'm on this whole line of thought. Yeah, no, that's why I've been, like, pushing the commissions and such so much, is I'm trying to build up the resources to try to fix this more properly. I was trying also not to really lay that out too much for everybody. Because I don't want people to worry about it, you know? Because it's not as bad as I'm making it sound, it's just throwing me off just enough that it's an issue. Like, it's only reared its ugly head particularly badly the past few days. It is mostly under control otherwise. But now part of the aimless wandering is I'm trying to decide what I want to do about the ammo situation as well. I think we go get the shotgun I know is laying around, and we just try our best to make use of that. Now, remembering where exactly I left that shotgun is a whole other question mark. He was back over here in Diego's room. Welcome back, Jay. Now, getting back to that room that I'm trying to get to, that's a whole other thing. I think I remember what room I left a shotgun in. Obviously, I've left multiple shotguns laying around over time. I could go get the one that's in the Grove as well. But I think this one will be quicker to get back to. And I really should have just done what I was thinking about doing, which was leave one of them at a med station, so it'd be easy to get back to. And the other logical context thing is, if I was going to stop this game, I wouldn't be stopping it right now anyway, because we are too early in this session, and I would have to pull a backup idea out of the ether to replace this for the rest of today. Which can work, but sometimes get mixed results out of that. There goes another bot. And of course, you know, there's layered frustrations in the background as well from things like the nonsense Twitch is supposedly having happen with not counting people that are lurking and all of that. There's been a lot of shit adding unnecessary stress these days. Which also all reflects itself in what we do here sometimes as well. Yeah, there's the shotgun I left. So the amount of shotguns I just chuck on the ground is part of why I'm like, I don't feel any urge to upgrade it. Because invariably I would end up leaving an upgraded shotgun laying around somewhere. Because I just don't like shotguns. They just don't do it for me. Yeah, there's all the thoughts of recent times laid bare for all of you. There's your one vulnerable moment for this month. I say that because somehow there ends up being one of these, like, every month. Of varying degrees. And part of the reason why I don't really, like, go into discussions about things like the stuff Twitch is doing recently is in part because it's so hard to be sure that that's actually happening. Yes, because this is a dead floor, there's nothing here, so I have no reason to worry about switching to a functioning weapon concurrently. I just can't be bothered to swap at the moment. Is I was also planning on fixing that. I'm just also on like 7 layers of thought at once here. Where was the thing I was going for now? There was something else I was going to do before we went anywhere else. Right. No, it's not on this floor. Right. Because this isn't going to be an empty gun for long either. I'm going to go buy assault rifle ammo. But I need to go back to the flight deck for that. And that's where I was trying to get to. But yeah, as to that whole thing I was talking about, though, with, like, how unverifiable necessarily a lot of Twitch's actions are and things like that, I don't like to talk about those just because at some point it may come out that all of that was not true. And I would feel bad spouting off about that and being frustrated, only to have that not actually be the case. Ah, there we go. I was clicking the wrong spot. I clicked on the cabinet, but I guess I had to click the green part of the cabinet for it to work. How much ammo did I even get with those purchases? Why do I have 2 separate stacks of that? Not much. Okay. Yeah, I got 48, so it was 24 per box. That's not exactly a great return, but it's better than nothing. Obviously, the shotgun's gonna take the Scorpion spot. Not for the moment. Honestly, since we're dealing mostly with flesh, I should probably just run the Dragon's Breath for this too. Just have Incendiary in both. Bring the gas grenades down here. Because the gas grenades would be helpful. The problem is they take time to go off. And that's the main reason they end up getting left by the wayside a lot. They cover a large area, but in the time it'll take for it to go off, I could just use a gun to kill the thing that I'm gonna use the grenade on for the most part. Because there really haven't been, like, so many enemies to make the grenade's delay worth it to me. Especially now that we're gonna be in an area where I'm gonna have to worry about time more than usual. And something else we're gonna do is we're gonna put a couple of these weapons in the med bay on executive so I can carry more stuff. Because they're gonna be useless to me in there, so I'm gonna just leave them. Like, as sad as it'll make me, I'll probably leave the energy weapon just chilling in the med bay here. So I have a full rifle's worth of space. Except I went wrong way to go there. Oh, the grenade launcher I don't have? You mean that grenade launcher? I wasn't kidding when we talked before about the fact that I've shown you everything that I have. I'm carrying basically my entire weaponry on me other than the railgun that's in storage. There are definitely things I've missed. Yeah, you're fine as far as that goes because I knew the grenade launcher existed, but I thought it was later than this. But I guess I missed it somewhere. That would be helpful at this juncture, but I also don't know how involved it would be to go back and get it. We'll leave this here. This still has a use because it does still have its Teflon-coated rounds if I end up being in a dire spot. This has no ammo left, so I'll just go ahead and leave that here for the moment, too. Considering it would make my grenades a lot more effective, go ahead and tell me what floor it's on. I don't need to know exactly where or how to get it, but what floor is it on? Because I should be able to work it out from there, because I've covered a lot of every floor. That's what I kind of assumed. Is there's a bit of storage I'm pretty sure I missed because I was getting so sick and tired of that place by the time we got what we needed out of it. So that floor really is kind of miserable. But I guess I will go get that grenade launcher because I'm willing to bet it'll make my life a bit easier getting through where we're going. Because it'll at least make the gas grenades a bit more viable. I'm just going back to top off my energy before I go there. Because we'll just use the ion gun for anything that shows up there. Because there shouldn't be much left on that floor. I cleaned it out pretty hard in terms of enemies. I don't know how I missed it. Because this isn't like a hidden room situation or anything, right? It's just something I must have just not spotted because I was kind of brain dead by that point. Let's see. Storage is reachable from flight deck? Yeah, flight deck. This flight deck goes to the big elevator that goes to storage. So that elevator's over here. We just go this way to get there. Now, Wiser Man would have healed before going over here, but it's fine. I don't anticipate too much trouble here, because like I said, we had already cleaned the floor out. And I'm pretty sure we knocked out security on this floor, too. Yeah, it's at 0% security, so it shouldn't really be respawning too much. It's gonna be a matter of finding where this thing is. I do have... No, I left that assault rifle behind. Which, we will still have enough room for the grenade launcher, because we'll have that much space. Now, where would the grenade launcher be? Store down here, maybe? Storage room 6? That would make sense. Didn't even realize I missed that room entirely. Of course, now I've got to play the multi-floor game again. My favorite game. I think this will take me the right way around. No, but this puts me up here. That's the wrong exit from here. And with how much of a clusterfuck this floor is, I'm not shocked that I missed things here. I wouldn't be surprised if this is also where I missed the energy shield old upgrade I was supposed to have for the Diego fight. The sense round is on. Making sure before I go running off into anywhere. I feel like I did open this. Yeah, because I opened this door. Right. Yeah, there's a bunch of shit in here we didn't grab before. Yeah, I think I missed the fact that there was that button there. I just saw that that was a broken door and went, oh, guess I can't do anything with that. And then didn't go in here. Not the answer to our question, though, as it turns out. It's on, like, a shelf over here. Over here? Nope. Making sure the sense round didn't miss things. Okay, so that's useless. It was nice to get a couple odds and ends and get another audio log we missed. Now, that's the one talking about the flight deck. Where is the new... This one.
I can't believe she found them.
Yeah, but that one wasn't yellow. It had just a blank slate on it. And on the side I looked at least.
Haunting them. A live pilot's brain would get turned inside out during the Neuralink remote operating.
So that's why I was just like, I guess that's just a fake door. Okay.
And the murmurs. My God. You can hear them thinking.
This yellow I would have looked for a solution for because it's got the lock on it. It tells you that that's locked and needs to be opened. That's the only immediately obvious door I didn't open. So I guess it must just be like laying somewhere I have been, and I just didn't see it? That was the only room that jumped out at me as like, oh yeah, I missed this. It's time for the fun and adventure of where is the thing you're looking for? Yeah, something to narrow this down so we're not wasting time wouldn't be a bad idea. Like, I'll even accept which numbered storage room it is in. Just so we're not hunting around all over creation. I'll be able to figure it out from there. I think I know which one that is, but I don't know if... See, I thought those were purposely turned off, not that they malfunctioned. Because you're talking about this room, I think. The one with the two side-by-side light bridges that shut down when you try to cross them. Or am I thinking of the wrong room? There's a room with blinking light bridges? Like, I'm gonna have to look around for those, because I genuinely don't even know what room that is. That would do it, wouldn't it? Me not having turned them on because I skipped them by hovering across, probably. Thank you. That is a lot more useful. I'm assuming then it's somewhere over here. Yeah, because bear in mind, I've done a lot of silly things, so I may not necessarily have fully done everything everywhere. And ever since I got these hover boots, there's a lot of things I just skip doing because, like, I don't have to. Oh, so it's in this mess somewhere, then. Okay. In the back of this place. Oh, not there. Oh, there it is. Yeah, no, that's very easy to miss, because if you just don't happen to look in that one particular container, you'll just miss it. And it marks the same on the Sense Around map as a container, so I just thought, oh, that's a container. That must be one of the ones I looted already, because I had already been over there before. So I just didn't even think anything of it. I know exactly how that one went wrong. Yep, energy's empty. Now, admittedly, this is a whole other thing to try to fit in my inventory, but this is a useful thing to try to fit into my inventory. And what'll more than likely happen is, once we're done in the stink zone, we'll probably leave the shotgun, keep the grenade launcher till we run out of grenades, and rotate that way. 'Cause I'm assuming this is as big as our inventory ever gets, since the other spaces were grayed out, so this is all we'll ever be able to fit. Let's go ahead, back on up, get out of here. Probably shouldn't walk around with the grenade launcher out, though. A bad reflex is going to happen if I just hang on to that in my hands. I know myself too well. I've done that before. I've got decent trigger discipline, but every now and then just a quick flick will happen and I will blow myself up. I know exactly how this goes. I should have actually popped off to maintenance from there, but we'll just go to maintenance from here, because I'm gonna go ahead and reactor heal again. Which actually... No, not that one. Just in case they decide to be funny this time, and have a big robot waiting for me in reactor again. But I'm going the wrong way to go to reactor. So I don't know about anybody else, but I have a sneaking suspicion the same thing's gonna happen again. Of there just being a Security 2 robot just chilling there waiting for me. Now, I could be wrong. And I would not mind being wrong. But this seems like a good idea to be prepared with. Nope, nope. Still just the dead body of the one I killed. Okay, very good. And we'll just recharge our energy on the way back. I guess we'll buy these detoxes while we're here. Restock the ones I've used up. 'Cause honestly, I get the feeling I'm gonna need a lot of them. Yeah, unless anybody's super interested in seeing how that particular grove plays out, I do highly recommend that this be a time where if people need to go take a break, go eat something, go do anything, now probably a good time to do it, because I don't think you're gonna miss anything particularly interesting of me dealing with this grove. Wrong way. Backup maintenance. I also could have just hit the outdoor maintenance energy thing on the way. The one that has the electricity, because I was going to heal anyway, but at this point we're already far enough along with this idea, I don't need to bother with that. Like, I will say, as long as you're willing to ride around on the elevators, they do at least have plenty of resources for you to use to recharge and everything. Decently close to some of the elevators. It's just a couple extra hops through some elevators for some of them, which makes it just a little annoying. Wrong way. I needed to go back out the other end over here. Which, there's a weird thing with my brain, I swear. The more times I have to go back through an area, I actually lose information about that area rather than gaining it. Because sometimes I swear my mind rebels against an area I've been to for too long. Because it just gets bored of the information, for lack of a better way of putting it. And that may not make sense, but that's the best way I have to explain the logic. Take the skates off, turn the sense around and the environmental protection on, put the grenade launcher where the ion pulse is. I forgot to put the ion pulse away to save space, but we'll be coming back through here anyway, so I can just put the ion pulse like over here or something. Set it down on the bench. That is not how that was supposed to come out of me. Fine, it'll be on the floor then. Like, it just came out barrel first for some reason. Just vomits it up barrel first and bleh. Now, is it gonna autosave when I arrive again, or is it only autosaving the first time? Can you? That's actually good to know, because I never had any... Okay, I didn't look down there, because I usually don't, because very rarely is the interface such a problem that I ever end up looking there. But that is something I would be happy to fix. Thanks for that. Because, honestly, I don't need to keep 3 flavors of grenade on my bar, nor do I need, like, this berserk patch on my bar, for example. Not gonna need the EMPs in here. Because this will allow me to fit more guns on the bar, which will make my life a bit easier. not going to be the most useful thing right now, admittedly, because unless I switch to Teflon rounds, this doesn't have anything to work with, but I'll put it there anyway. Just pop that now since I'm not planning on healing anytime fast anyway. There's the safety interlock. If I was just willing to turn my boots on, I could just jump across to there. Oh right, you're here. You exist. Yeah, of course it's gonna close too quickly, of course. Is this gonna get me up high enough? Nope, and I've wasted energy now. Game, why are you playing the angry music? Oh, you're still behind me, that's why. Well, you know, if you're fool enough to follow me, get EMP'd, idiot. My T-Tox also ran out. I understand why inventory's tab, but boy does it sometimes come back to bite me. Because of the nature of how Steam's interface works, sometimes I end up pulling up the Steam overlay. Me trying to quickly go back to sprinting after being in my menu. There he is. I'm gonna die here. Yep. I got just a little bit sloppy, so I just ended up doing a stupid thing there. Really hoping it did. But no, I did save anyway. Did I? Did I? I think I did.
I knew you would see my my child.
Welcome home.
Yeah, we're here with the grenade launcher, so it's fine. Oh yeah, I know. I just don't tend to worry about sifting through the settings to go after that specific thing, because it's very rarely a problem. And even in this game, it's not a problem that commonly. I was just saying that because that's why I stopped for a second in place, because I know it wouldn't make sense to people, like, why is he standing there? But since it's one of those, it happens once in a blue moon things, I'm not gonna sit there and go all the way through Steam settings to fix that for that one specific situation. So for the sake of everybody's sanity, I'm going to ask a very important question that I do actually want an answer to. Is there something other than the safety interlock in here that I need to do? I don't need to know what it is, I just need to know if there's something else I need to do. Okay. Like, yes with an asterisk already tells me enough. That means that it'll be worth it to look around, even if it may not necessarily be vital. At least that's the interpretation I'm getting off of that. Why did that end up? Oh, right, because it undid me having done that. Why? Still have batteries left, don't we? Thought I had one of the full recharge batteries left, but apparently I don't. We'll just go with that. It should be good enough. Chuck the boots on and go hit the safety interlock at the very least. Is at a minimum, it'll be one less thing I need to think about. That's not the grenade I meant to have. But you know what? I went the wrong way anyway, so it doesn't matter. Oh, there's the invisible fucks here too, huh? Love that for me. My favorite. I kind of should have assumed these guys were gonna be here. But that doesn't mean I'm happy to see them. Using that med patch was a waste. I think the detox either wasn't gone enough or it was just matching the speed at which I was taking damage, so it didn't matter. I didn't see the detox thing on the screen anymore, so I'm like, oh, it must be done. And then that med patch did fuck all. Yeah, I glanced up and didn't see it. I'm assuming there was just like a line of green left or something, and I missed it. Yeah, kind of figured. I'll eat that loss because that is my fault for not spotting it. Don't have to be happy about it, but that is genuinely not me not seeing it. We'll go full heal at the reactor. Making, like, no headway because I'm ending up at half health so quickly even with detox going. It's very hard to make any real headway in there. Because of just how many enemies are around every corner in there. I assume you could probably also hoard snacks and probably just like spam heal with snacks in there if you really had to. Since they don't do a heal over time with a patch either. That's a thought. Can you even put snacks on your hotbar? Because that'd be about the only way you'd be able to use them enough for them to matter in a situation like that, I think. All the way back to reactor again. Oh, the excitement. Like, logically it would work. I just don't know if it would actually work. But I thought of it as I was passing the snack machine. I'm like, you know, wouldn't be my worst idea I've ever had. Wouldn't be the most effective thing, but it would stall the issue a little bit. Especially since my navigation in this game is so fucking bad. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, I've either lost capacity to navigate in the last year or so, or these games in particular have just been really bad for me as far as navigating goes, but I feel like I lost something as far as that goes in recent times, and I don't know why. Like, it's one of those things where I can tell that I'm making mistakes I didn't used to make. And I'm not even counting streaming in the equation for that, because I wasn't making these mistakes playing similar things last year while still streaming. So, what changed? Like, something had to have changed. And if it was just this, I would just file it under me being sick. It's very interesting. Like, that's not even a me being upset, that's like a, huh, that's weird. I don't really have a good answer for why that is the way it is. Like, it's been joked about a lot that the longer you stream, the more your brain falls out of your ass, but I don't really feel like that has to be entirely true. So there are a lot of things I used to be better at that has slipped. And I can't really claim I'm getting old that badly. I'm only halfway through my 30s. I ain't that old. I shouldn't be having mental degradation that badly yet. You'll note the key word I added there to that. With the yet. Actually, you know, maybe I should just leave the frag loaded for dealing with the robot. Because hitting him with an EMP works up to the point where I have to then follow it up.
I'm in danger.
There's a little bit of danger, yeah. You know, maybe just a bit. And again, I suppose I could just chuck the mag pulse on the bar, EMP him, and then mag pulse him. This way I don't risk blowing myself up. There's logic there. Which, pushing that button also reminds me, I'm gonna be talking with somebody who has a much more interactive show soon, and try to learn a little bit from them about how to make some more interesting stuff for y'all to play with while I'm doing my thing, in the hopes of making the experience better for y'all a bit. Now, I know, not everybody's gonna want a lot of stuff going on, and I, in particular, also don't want a ton of effects and such going on. But I know there's gotta be, like, little ways I can make things a little more interesting for everybody. So that's one of those work-in-progress scenarios as well, for those that might be interested in that bit of information. There we go. Ooh, that's a hole. Ooh. Upgrade for the mag pulse, sure. Ironic, really, that I use the mag pulse then immediately find an upgrade for it. I think I need to go down that hole, don't I? Based on the lack of anything else I'm seeing here. Detox ran out. I didn't want to use the blade on him because of energy. It wouldn't have used much, but I'm in like super conservation mode right now. Oh right, not loaded. Probably should have just hit him with 2 mag pulse shots at that rate, honestly. But the wrong reflex kicked in the wrong order.
Safety interlocks disabled.
Ooh, energy. See, that was a good idea to do anyway, is the fact that there's free energy in there. Now wait till the detox is fully off your screen now. Basically, just wait for the contamination number to go up, I guess. We'll heal for a little bit. This time we're actually gaining health, so it is working. I just need to wait till that wears off before I can turn my detox back on. There just isn't a bridge here, huh? Like, it claims there's a bridge, but there really isn't. Okay. Fuck you. Now, the all-important question of where do I go from here? The answer is not very far, because I'm going to need to turn around here in a second. Yeah, that's the room we were in before when we died recently. Oh, wait. What? That activated a bridge. That was the bridge I was wondering how to get, probably, though. Not very helpful there. Let's go ahead and go back and heal again. Their health's getting... Oh, let's not quite leave yet. Here in a second, I will. Just getting a look around a little bit more. Now we'll go heal. I know this is, like, the slowest thing on the face of the planet. But such is the way of it. It is, but my health was low enough that if anything hit me, it was gonna get bad. Because we already died from half 4 or 5 times. I wasn't gonna repeat the experience. And that's where I'm losing a lot, is I keep getting nervous. Because I'm apparently not having sufficient reflex to deal with these things when they pop out. Even though I have the sense around telling me that they're there. There's an interrupt in my brain today or something that's making that way worse than it usually is. So I've noticed something about myself. Whenever I'm in those areas that I'm timed, I do way worse. And I think part of it is because I'm constantly thinking about the timer. And something like that is basically a timer. So even if I'm not actively thinking about it, it's distracting me just enough that I'm playing way worse than I would normally. And to stall off anybody that's like, that's an excuse. Like, no, no, no. I'm genuinely telling you who this is not intended as an excuse. This is just something I've observed, because I've had that issue in Enshrouded. I've had that issue whenever I'm in an underwater segment. There's just something in my brain that makes timed segments way worse. And I want to blame it on anxiety, but I can't really claim that, because why would I have anxiety in a video game? I've already established that doesn't really affect me in the same way, because otherwise horror games would affect me like they do most people, but they don't. So it's a weird one, you know? I've tried to logic it out, and it just doesn't click completely. There's a piece missing there somewhere. Like, even while I'm completely thinking clearly in a segment like that, I'm fumbling way more than I would normally. So it's just interesting. If I didn't have the issue of, like, you're guaranteed to permanently die and have to go back to the save in there, I probably also wouldn't be worrying about the damage you take from enemies as much, as I've demonstrated in other areas, because at that point it wouldn't matter. But combining the fact that I'm getting tired of seeing that death animation over and over again, with the fact that I will forget what I've seen, because apparently my short-term memory is shit, it's a problem. Because otherwise I would just tank the deaths in that scenario as well. So I'll be honest, I'm not really seeing what I'm supposed to be doing in there other than the safety interlock. So I will pose this other question. How clear is it the other thing you implied that I need to do in there? Well, that's why I'm questioning that. Because my presumption is that there's an item or something that would be beneficial in there and it's not actually something that is required, which would mean this is going to be like a whole to-do. Okay. Let me ask one other very specific question there, then. Is there any other copy of this item anywhere else in the game? Is this a one-time, you do not get this, you are not getting it scenario? Okay. Well, if I can get it somewhere else, I'm not as concerned about going in there and getting it. That's why I'm asking. If it is acquirable literally anywhere else, I am kind of over the idea of going in there anymore. Which is why I was asking the question. Yeah, you know, go ahead. Is that the area is proving to be such a pain in the dick that I'm not committed to that idea anymore. I had a feeling. Because I realized when I ran back in there, it's like, a lot of this is seeming dead-endy and kind of pointless. So I had a feeling I was wasting my time. I'm glad my gut was right, which is why I thought to ask the question. Kind of figured. Which honestly, even then, if it weren't for the fact that I had to go in there and activate the safety interlock, I would have just never went in there, if I'm honest. But now all the safety interlocks are activated, so I assume I can do what I need to do, which is jettison that grove? Means I actually need to go back there and go push the button. Because I'm assuming that grove is the source of the biohazard that's stopping me from going up to the other floor. Not Alpha Grove. Like, since if I'm able to actually jettison this, it will actually be an important question. Is there anything else of substance that I'll be losing by jettisoning it without going back in there? And by of substance, I of course mean things other than like just ammo and things like that. That's a fair answer. I can understand that. That's good enough for me. Time to yeet the bitch.
Master jettison enable not activated.
I still need to find the Master Jettison button. Okay, where was the Master Jettison button? That's a step I forgot. Time for fun question and answer again. Have I seen the Master Jettison button already, or is it somewhere else? Yeah, but the problem is sifting through here to find the right log. Yeah, that is honestly probably the best answer you could give there. Because I remember a Shodan log mentioning the new jettison procedure. Okay, there we go. Master Jettison in Gamma. There you go. This is why I wish I had the energy to do this, like, in 1 or 2 sessions. Just because it's so easy to forget all of the ancillary little shit that they put in all these logs. Unless I sat here and wrote things down. Which I could do. I've written plenty of things down. But I keep making the mistake of thinking I'm gonna remember. So let's see. Delta and Gamma, so it's over here somewhere. It's weird that there is no, like, explicit just Gamma. It's all Delta and Gamma. That is a little odd. A little bit weird in its labeling. Not that that's a big deal, but it's just like, huh, interesting. This is one of the few ones that doesn't have an explicit label for it. But then again, I guess Gamma also doesn't really have that much going on. It's mostly an empty area other than it having the master jettison switch. I appreciate it you popping to remind me there, Sarah. There is one other log about jettisoning. I'm just gonna go find the master switch first, because that labeled out all the steps, so it should be right. But if it doesn't work, we'll check again. That's the Gamma jettison, and Gamma's already been jettisoned. Yeah, so far so good overall there, Sarah. And hopefully you're doing well despite being buried in work. I've been doing my best about making sure to hydrate and stretch and all that. So, presumably, said master switch has to be around here somewhere. Yeah, the only other log I remember explicitly talking about jettisoning was the one telling us about the fact that you can't jettison, that you couldn't get into beta without going to Diego's room. If the master jettison switch is here in Gamma somewhere, then we will take a walk around Gamma, and if I don't find it, then we'll worry about it from there. Apparently an audio log I either didn't re-grab or forgot about. Oh, okay, it's this.
Bio-experiments in Beta Grove. It's full of nightmarish creatures. Either the grove is leaking, or Shodan's been feeding some virus in the ventilation system. Regardless, if only we had some enviropacks, we could go in, flip the jettison enable, and send the grove into the void.
Well, he's talking about using enviropacks to go in there and jettison one of them. But the thing is, we already flipped the enable, unless there's another switch inside one of the groves that I missed. Is this would logically be the main thing, Shodan's list of how to jettison something, because the one that got launched over here in Gamma was before Shodan changed it, and he mentions the master jettison switch in Gamma as well. Ah, okay. This is the one you're talking about then. Access the master jettison controls from the back end. Is that implying that I need to do it in cyberspace? Or is the master jettison control down in here somewhere then? But if so, why didn't I see it? Because they're talking about, like, climbing through conduits and such through beta. So that would imply that it's down in here. Which would, again, make a degree of sense. Yeah, none of those are explicit in any of their instructions here, but none of these are very explicit most of the time. So we have two options for where it could be. It's either down here in this mess, or it's up here. And based on like, logically, I would base my information the most on what Shodan says, because Shodan's the one who modified the procedure. But it depends on if they classify this mess down here as part of Gamma or not. That's where that gets a little bit weird, since according to the map, this is Delta and Gamma. So unless I missed a log somewhere, that's all the information we have. Correct. Which is what makes it make sense that it would be down all the way in that maintenance conduit. But I wanted to make sure to check here first so I don't go crawling all the way down the maintenance conduit and then not find it. This is the easier path to check first. And if I check both, it's got to be in one of the two. But you are correct, Shodan would not want us to be able to flip the switch. So she would make it hard to get to. Problem becomes, there's a lot of places that are hard to get to. So that does and doesn't narrow it down at the same time. It obviously wouldn't be over here at Gamma Grove. That wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, saying that, though, would be helpful if I had done this area more recently than I have. Because I do not remember what areas were heavily protected and what weren't. But it would make sense for her to keep it where the CPUs were, on the logic of it being heavily protected. And that's implied by the log about the guy climbing through the conduit. Which is where I connected the dots there to begin with. But I wanted to bed hedge with checking over there, like I said, to make sure that if my logic was wrong, we were covered anyway. Because I've made enough mistakes today that I'm just like, no, let's not just assume I'm correct. As much as I like to believe that I am intelligent, now and then I have to acknowledge that I am fallible to a degree that can cause an issue now and then. But unless I missed it somewhere in the area we were up at before, it has to be down here. Which, again, brings me to the question of why I didn't see it, but considering we were at the end of a session when I was down here, and I was having a hell of a time, it would make sense that we didn't find it. Making sure there isn't anything up there, like a hidden skull guy or something. No, we found the skull guy on this floor, though, so it wouldn't be on this... It wouldn't be there. And the fun question becomes, is it in this room, or is it somewhere further along? Though I suppose there's a world in which I wasn't allowed to push the button as well, and then I forgot that there was a button there. Like there's this. This is already activated, so it ain't that. I'm pretty sure that was the way to go back up. Actually, no, that was the way to remove the barrier on these or something, I think. I don't remember. It was something. Do I have anything to throw away? I have got enough for 1 credit worth of scrap. I'm not interested in worrying about that. Doesn't look like there's anything down here. How about in here? Modkit station and nothing else. Okay. It's heavily implied that it's on the other end of the conduit, so... While it may not be here, it has to be somewhere near here. It's just a closet. Alright. So, safe to say it's not in here. Means we continue down the line. See, if I were gonna hide it, I actually would have, like, hid it in here. Because this would have been right on the other side of the majority of her protections, but also just out of the way enough most people wouldn't really think to look there. I also don't feel like it should be in here where Diego was, either. I feel like I would have seen it. But again, I might have missed it. I guess it would make a certain degree of sense for it to be over here by the elevator so you could just hit it and then leave. So apparently I missed this. Whatever this is. Mr. Diego, as per your authorization order from Shodan, we've completed the installation of an experimental teleportation unit, ETU, in your new quarters. Its second terminus is located near the entrance to the maintenance level. Activation of the ETU is triggered by an object of sufficient weight, 50 kilograms. Be advised that the ETU is still in its testing stages. Shodan's authorization was not backed by any research personnel, and we urge extreme caution when using the device. Regards, Alex Valero. So there's a teleporter around here somewhere? That it would take you to maintenance, apparently? That's something. Does he have the Master Jettison controls over here somewhere? Would feel like this isn't where it would be, but I kind of figured I would have found it on my way here. Apparently, I'm barking up the wrong tree on that one. That's just button pressed. Okay, very good.
Jettison enable failure. Possible cause: damage to power relay. Consult diagnostic report in repair bay level 3 for detailed analysis.
Okay, so we found it. But now I need to go back down to repair bay level, which is why there's the teleport to maintenance. He went and fucked up the power relay. Damn it, Diego. That makes too damn much sense, and I hate that it makes that much sense.
Flawless victory.
But I see why I didn't notice it now, though, because it's just a weird box with a bunch of red on it in a tucked-in corner. Unless you're looking for something, you may just scroll right past that and not even notice it. Hidden among all the other broken junk around. I kind of just assumed that he used the teleporter already and I might not be able to use it. I also felt like I searched that room enough that I would have seen it, but you make a fair point. So that also said it was in his quarters. Then again, I guess the question would be new or old quarters. Oh yeah, in your new quarters. It did say that. Okay. So where the fuck would a teleporter be? So I feel like something like that would have stood out. I'm guessing it's like a weird hidden teleporter. Oh, mag pulse rounds I missed. Wait. So there was a bookshelf here, right? Originally? Is that there was definitely That's what the button I pressed did, didn't it? Yeah, okay. That explains why I didn't spot it, though, is because apparently I missed pressing that button before. Though, there's not really a point to this. It just got me across the floor slightly faster. But I guess you just wanted to make sure that got shown off, which, you know, that's fair. With the way that was written, I also wasn't sure if it was going to put me near the elevator or if it was going to put me in maintenance. But I guess he warped over there. Actually, no, because he had his own personal teleporter as well. So that could have taken him literally anywhere. I'm convinced Diego broke the thing after the fact. Now it's repair bay 3, but because we need maintenance done now, we can actually access these rooms that needed maintenance. Okay, 2 isn't enough for them. I guess, right, the MP does do damage in addition to that, right. Silly me. And again, that didn't go as well as I wanted it to. I could have swore 1 charge swipe of that took care of these, but I guess... Oh no, it was 1 charge swipe after I hit them with the EMP. It was again the same problem. There's too much shit in here. You know, worth more to me than the 1 in credit that would be worth. Yet another in the long line of things that I don't always remember to turn on because more often than not, combat that needs it comes up abruptly enough that I don't think to turn it on. There's a lot of things that don't use energy or bullets that are usually the things I have a problem with. So correct me if I'm wrong, but them punching me in the face would not have counted for the shield. And that's where most of that damage came from. Or is it a face punching shield too, and I didn't know that? Oh good, if I sort my inventory even when it's not in categorized mode, it still dumps a bunch of shit on my bar. Thanks, game. Love that for me. Why are you like this? Why? Now my bar is just all kinds of out of order. This is mostly fine, just still... Yeah, I can see the logic for that. I can understand where you're going with that. Presuming the game agrees, which this game's logic operates oddly enough, I would believe that it would be on board with that. I think it... Yeah, high-speed projectiles and energy beams, so fist might count as high-speed projectile. Projectiles where it gets weird. Of course, you know, dodging helps a lot as well. Just don't get punched in the first place, and then we don't need to worry about the shield. Yeah, there is that. One of those things, I never can tell whether I need to take this game at its letter of word or if I should just assume things with this game. Because it goes back and forth, I feel, sometimes, so... Answer unclear. Sense round is on, okay. Okay, this seems like it was just... This is gonna be important at some point, isn't it? Because of all these chips in here. I've seen a chip like that. I know exactly what I need to do. I'm gonna need inventory space for it, though. I don't need to do it over here, but I'm gonna need to do it over in the other area where it said the damage was. I'm gonna need to repair the relay with the chip that was in that one maintenance room. We're gonna need to go fetch one of those. I remember. See, this is what I'm talking about. Sometimes my brain chops right through the thing and remembers what I need to remember, and then other times it just goes bleh. Now, remembering what room those chips were in, that's a whole other fun adventure. So I remember picking up one of them and wandering off with it, but there was a bunch of them, so that part doesn't matter. Yeah, I know. Zit. Oh, there is an audio log on the other side of this that I never picked up. Here, give me that. Is this anything important?
Jody, we ain't ever gonna see the new viewing room. The space is limited. Why? Because the execs like it that way. That room was meant for everyone. There'd be tickets and more seats. It's invite only, and we ain't invited, except to clean it.
Yeah, it's about par for the course. I don't think this is the way to where the chips were. Yeah, because this just leads back to this room. So this is the room I think I'm gonna... No, because this wasn't Repair Bay 3 either, was it? I don't know why I did that. Already had gun in hand and just said fuck camera. At least we're getting some good use out of the mag pulse finally. We've just been kind of hanging on to this thing for so long. I guess I could find the damage spot before finding the chip to repair it with. Rude. There we go. Leaning is your friend. Familiar with that problem. Yep, this is a familiar problem too. I've been there many times. No, none of these are red or bad or anything, so it must be specifically Repair Bay 3 like we were told, which, you know, that checks. I was kind of hoping to find some goodies in here. And at the very least, it's upsetting to have areas we didn't have access to. I mean, I've been bleeding before. I've never been bleeding out because, you know, I'm alive. But I have bled many a time. It's never a good thing, I gotta tell you. 0 out of 10, do not recommend bleeding. Oh, he had a shotgun. That's what it's trying to tell me about. I could unload that shotgun, I guess. The same amount of ammo as mine. What do you know? Exactly. Honestly, that is advisable about most liquids contained within the body. On average, you should keep basically all of your liquids within your body. Except pee. You need to get the pee out of you. Oh, wait. Error. Error. I found the problem. Need to go get one of the demodulators and put that there. There went my energy. See, that's the other issue with using the shield, is eventually my energy runs out from having the shield on. Now I can't and skate around. I'm back at normal slow human pace and everything is sadness. But there's an energy charge right here. Just means I have to turn everything back on again. True. Like, the logic there is sound. I will not disagree. But at the same time, dying on this floor doesn't matter. We've already fixed the thing here. I could die a dozen times and it wouldn't matter. Now, the chips. Where were the chips? Yeah, there's the repair bay. Oh. I never did lower the security enough to go in that door, huh? Where the hell did I miss more security? I mean, that's not the door I needed anyway, but now I'm upset. Yeah, now I'm just mad about that door, though. I wasn't worried about this. I know what the problem is. Because we know to go just grab the replacement chip and put it in there. This is just telling us which relay to fix, which we already found the relay to fix. That's why I wasn't worried about this.
Please consult Relay Analyzer. Be sure to specify relay number for analysis. Maintenance corridors are now accessible.
Yeah, see, that doesn't open that door still. And the maintenance corridors it's talking about, I'm pretty sure were the ones we were already in. That's a useful clarifying step, but I don't think that step's necessary. Unless I have to, like, configure the chip that I go find. Which is still a problem I'll solve once I finally find... There we go. Yeah, because I left a chip right here in front of the relay analyzer. I just couldn't remember where the relay analyzer was. I don't know the code. Unless I'm supposed to just put this in the slot. Well, you know, that's on them for having the things unlock in the wrong order. So I understood what to do. It's not like it was a complicated concept. Hey, relay broken. Go fix relay. Like, that's one of the things I understood just immediately. Yeah, this is where the dead guy was. We did all that stuff. And it was hammered into my head that those tunnels were all related to needing maintenance done because of how many times I clicked on the door and got yelled at. Now, the one that had the damaged one was the one that was over here. See, it's nice when they put, like, little things like that in something like that, because they've got all this room to set up nonsense. They may as well do goofy things. One of these is broken. Which one was the broken one? There it is.
Demodulator replacement successful.
Now, I'm assuming I probably need to go do a diagnostic again and be told that there's a different problem. This is never that simple. That was easy. It's not allowed to be easy. Because we also have that relay analyzer we need to interact with at some point, but I don't have the code for the relay analyzer unless it's in here somewhere. Which it could be. Not any of his personal logs, probably. Repair diagnostic. Oh yeah, you need to specify relay number for analysis. Well, I already knew a lot of that. I didn't speak aloud that fact most of the time because it's one of those things that's assumed. Everything's going to break and things are going to be more complicated than they need to be, because there wouldn't be much of a game if it wasn't. If things were straightforward with any of this, we would have been out of here and Shodan would have been shut down hours ago. Now, it said the number, but the log... Oh no, there it is, 428. So I just need to hit number 428 on the analyzer. Assuming I even need the analyzer for anything. So... remembering what room that was again is also its own special part of hell. I really should be dropping markers more often than I do, but a lot of these things just don't feel like they're important. Wasn't it 429? 428, not 429.
Relay functioning correctly.
Needed to come back and get my shotgun anyway. So I'm guessing that just would have told me what the problem was. Not that I needed to actually use that after the fact. So now that the power relay's working, I assume I'm done here? And I can go back up and actually use the elevator? Or I should say use the master control, then use the elevator? After going and pushing a bunch of extraneous buttons. It's like, if Shodan hadn't modified this, I would be complaining the whole time right now about the fact that these are unnecessary steps, but Shodan trying to prevent us from doing this at least makes that believable and understandable. Though, then again, this is a very heavily corporate station, so even then it would make sense that there's uproarious amounts of worthless red tape getting in the way of getting anything productive done. Just gotta go all the way around, recharge my stuff, go down the tunnel, push a button, come out of the tunnel, go push more buttons, and then presumably, bing bang boom, we can finally proceed to the last couple floors. Which... this way. I may as well put a damn bedroll down. I live on this floor. Which, it's kind of funny in a way, how quickly you get through most of this floor. So this floor feels small, and then suddenly all of the other shit you need to do here unfurls, and it's like, oh, hey, this place was actually, like, the longest floor out of all of them. It isn't actually the longest, but you get the point. That's true, but most of them have had people die in them. I don't know about that idea. You know, that's true. That's the most luxurious part of some of these beds. Some of them don't have blood on them. You know, some would say the blood adds extra flavor. Personally, I don't need blood bed. Maybe if I ever become a vampire, I'd want blood bed, but not now. Oh yeah, no, this place must be horrific. Like, I have to imagine even the living mutants probably don't smell that good to begin with. Once they're dead, they probably reek. Just the worst. And then there's all the dead people that have been there for God knows how long at this point.
Jettison now enabled for all groves.
There we go. Hi there. Getting stuck on the corners. I'm gonna die because I cannot cycle properly here. Because my bar got all jacked up from when I sorted worse than I thought it did. See, joke's on you, game. Your trap doesn't work considering I'm just alive again. Most ammo efficient way of getting out of that fight. Dying. I have no reason to be over there anymore, aside from to go back to go through to get to the elevator later, after I jettison all the groves. So they can just putter around and think they won all they want. I wouldn't be surprised if there's more enemies just around everywhere now. Because if Shodan's smart, like Shodan sometimes is, Shodan would have all of her bases covered. I don't know if I need to jettison all the groves, but it'd be funny to do it. But I'm pretty sure most of them, yeah, don't have functioning buttons. I was pretty sure I remembered that correctly, but I was gonna double check. You know, that's a funny bit of oversight, isn't it? The only one you need to jettison is the only one with a functioning button. Why didn't they just break the jettison button? Like, rather than just making jettisoning more complicated, why not just fry the button so you can't use it? But again, that falls into that trap of, but that would make sense. Yeah, exactly. The game can't function if you can't push that button, so that it doesn't happen. But in a situation where this logical AI is actually using logic to stop you, the smartest thing would do that. Oh, you mean that thing you should have been doing from the word go? You mean that one? You know what? Actually, not that one. That one. Here you go, kids. Enjoy that. Not like I'm using these gas grenades that often otherwise. Anybody else? No? Maybe you shouldn't have announced that your children were gonna be here, Shodan. Just a thought. I know you wanted to gloat, but really, wasn't your best idea. Anybody waiting in here jump me? No? There really should have been like a virus mutant standing like right here waiting for me. In case all the others failed.
Grove jettisoned.
Bye-bye, Beta Grove. Let's watch. I'm assuming that's the grove right there, so we get to watch it fly away, hopefully. Or not? I guess that's not Beta Grove over there. Nope, there it goes. It's just very slow. Congratulations, we just caused System Shock 2. I don't think... Was it Beta Grove? Did it ever actually say in System Shock 2 which of the groves the Shard of Shodan was in? I don't remember. I forget if... No, because she jumped ship when Citadel was blowing up. Which, spoilers, we are going to blow this place up at some point. But I feel like that's kind of a given.
We've got a new situation here. A few seconds ago, we caught a surge of activity on the station. Our best guess is that Shodan is preparing to download himself to Earth.
We knew that already.
This cannot happen. We need to take out the 4 antennae relays on the engineering level. To do this, there should be some plastic explosive in the storage level that can get the job done. Maybe one per antenna should do.
I need to go get more of them, though.
Insect. You are by far the most irritating creature on this station.
Thank you.
Don't bother with the antennae. That won't stop me.
It's hopeless, and we both know it.
See, the more you tell me not to do something, the much more inclined I am to do it, Shodan. You see, what that tells me is you're upset about it. And you know what my favorite thing is right now? Upsetting you. Want to know why my favorite thing is upsetting you, Shodan? Because you spend so much time upsetting me. It's really only fair at that point. I do so thrive on being the fly in the ointment. And I know we're gonna have that whole room full of robots to deal with, but that's fine. We've got answers for that. We'll worry about turning the shield on when we get closer, so I don't burn all my energy getting there. Otherwise known as, I'm going to forget to turn the shield on by the time I get there. I think we all know exactly how that's gonna play out. You know, I gotta pretend like I know what I'm doing sometimes. I'm in through the tunnel. Do 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 do. Yeah, you know, that checks. Considering how this is played out, I would absolutely believe Shodan's just making shit up as she goes along. Nah, I have Door. Door is friend sometimes. Door is the one robot around here I can trust. Except it betrays me too, but that's neither here nor there. I thought there was more of you then. Or did... No, I think we knocked one of them down before when we got in here originally. True. Kinda just assumed that was a one-way teleporter, if I'm honest. Made a lot of bad assumptions involving that teleporter. Though we also had to go to Beta Grove to launch it anyway, so we had to go part way over here, which wouldn't have allowed the teleporter. I mean, it gave me time to think, which has been useful. Can finally go to engineering. Though, part of me is saying I should go get the other 3 plastique first before I go. Now that I think about that some more. Because there's 4 antennas, and I'm assuming 1 block of plastique isn't going to be enough, because they specifically said I need 1 for each antenna. So let me actually do that first. that will probably save us more time. So, well, if I'm saving time, why don't I actually use the teleporter to go back then, if I'm gonna do it that way? Oh, you're in here, huh? You know, I'm suddenly very glad I didn't use the teleporter before. Teleporter's a goddamn trap. You know, yet again, if Shodan's so smart, why doesn't she reroute where these teleporters go? Or just, like, tinker with the teleporter enough that it just rearranges my atoms. So many options, none of them used. Like, all it would take is just a little bit of sabotage of that teleporter and I would just end up a pile of goo when I come back out the other side. Oh yeah, no, she is absolutely bluffing most of the time, 100%. I would be shocked if she wasn't bluffing half the time. But it's fun to think about the possibility. Yeah. Which is why it actually matters to knock out the cameras and everything, is because she can less effectively direct her minions to do her job. She loves to play the I'm an all-powerful AI game all the time. So it's sometimes fun to play along with that idea and just see where it goes. So what? Would you agree that Shodan's insane? Because people have said that talking about at this series before, and I kind of go back and forth on that. Yeah. Like, egotistical? Yeah. Insane? Eh. Delusional? Yeah, I would go with delusional as well. Delusional would also line up. But, like, fully insane? Not really. Because you can kind of follow the logic of why Shodan is the way Shodan is. And with insanity, there's usually less logic. His Shodan literally laid all the cards of the logic on the table for us. There really ain't much in the way of question marks there. Well, yeah, that way works too. We need to go to the big elevator to go to storage to go get more plastique. Which can involve me remembering which room had the big pile of plastic explosives in it. Because I just have the one extra one that was in that other room. I didn't even bother to pick up any of the ones that were in that room. I probably should have left something back in the first room, so I had space for all the plastic explosives. Oh, it's fine. We'll figure something out. Plastic explosives, plastic explosives. Where were the plastic explosives? Just trying to get rid of the light. Why are you lit up? None of these are gold. Fuck off. And one of these mentioned where... Close. Wait, no, wasn't there an armory on this floor? Because the stashed plastique was in storage room 9. That's the one I'm holding. But there was another spot with a bunch of plastique. Move them out from where they were, but storage 1 is flooded with bots. I'm going to assume it's in storage 1 then. Which is ironically where we went back to get the... Yeah, because it's in that back room up there. Ironic that we went back there for the grenade launcher when we did, because we would have actually ended up back there to go get it now. Potentially. Yeah, we can go up and around, but let's just go this way. It'll be quicker. Go around through storage 7. Where's the doorway that leads there? I might not, yeah. Like, I might double check a spot or two, because the spot we found, that was one that was only, like, partially shown. Like, it was half cut off. So I might have, but you're probably right that I wouldn't have actually double checked there, unless I happened to look at the map about something at the time. Which would have been a hell of a coincidence to happen at that point. Wouldn't be the first time that's happened, but it is not outside the realm of possibility. Bingo, bango, boom, boom, boom. Now, it is interesting that there's so much of it. But I'm assuming that's in case you lose it or any number of things like that. I probably don't need the detox as badly anymore. Alright, oh, it stacks. Look at that. Them actually being nice and not making it take up individual slots. Look at that. You know what? Then give me all of this. Give me all the plastique, then. Oh, they stack to 4. Well, I'm taking 2 stacks anyway. Just in case I need more for some reason. Aside from them somehow getting lost, why would you need so many? Then again, they also had like a bajillion of the chips too. Like there's only so much that I would be like, oh yeah, it's just coverage for glitches and such. Like, well, there's a lot of spares. But maybe they just did that because it would be more believable to have more of them. Like, it'd be weird that there's just the one or just the exact amount you need. Yeah, flavor would also be a fair explanation. Flavor's another one of those weird words that half the time you look at it and it doesn't look like it's spelled right. But then again, there's also those 2 different spellings for it, too. Depending on where you are and who you're talking to. Isn't that one of the ones that can have a U? And sometimes it doesn't. Yeah. Exactly. So I believe it's fairly common for those that end up picking up English over in Europe to keep that as well, depending on who they learned from. Because, you know, depends on who you learn your variant of English from, basically. Yeah, exactly. Because I'm sure it's easier to source teachers from right next door than from across the ocean. Now, from here, we go all the way back into Diego's little hidey hole. Guess we can use the teleporter this time. Yeah, exactly. Much cheaper to ship from within in their vicinity than from here. Barring, like, incredibly good deals, which are highly unlikely to happen. Look, we're finally going to a new place! Yay! Joyous day, new territory. I do that all the time.
You may believe your efforts have hindered me. However, my magnificent psyche will soon shed this doomed station as I upload myself into Earth's computer network.
We knew about that already, Shodan. You're not really exciting anybody with that information.
We shall never speak again.
Uh-huh.
Welcome to Citadel Station, Mr. Wu. I apologize for not greeting you in person. You wouldn't believe how busy engineering has been lately. You'll be executing your new duties as a communications officer from the 4 antenna
Rude.
on the engineering level. You'll find
I'm glad I spotted that as it fell past my face.
good luck.
That guy was speaking, you know. It's very rude of you to throw a grenade at me while a man is speaking to me. Oh, this is not ideal. Almost like this is why I still had EMP loaded in my grenade launcher or something. So I kind of assumed there was going to be some of this going on down here, up here, wherever we are. Really now, as if I wouldn't expect piles of angry robots on one of the last 2 floors left. Did I get the guy that was up there when I shot him in the face with the mag pulse? Oh yeah, he's dead. Okay, very good. Cyborgs are one of those things where I'm like, does that count well enough? I guess the mag pulse hurts either way, really, if you think about it. And I've got so much mag pulse ammo, I may as well just keep using it. I still have over 100 mag pulse cartridges. I'll send you packing back to mommy. Did you throw an EMP grenade at me? What? Stop that. You're a hazard to yourself and others. You know that, Enforcer? Hold that thought. You know what? Just because you're annoying, I'm gonna fly up there and stab you. Does this have a charge? No, it had... Right, this had a secondary fire mode. Right. Not gonna lie, thought I had tried that and did not realize that I had that. For some reason, I had pressed the button, nothing happened at one point, and I'm like, oh, it must be a mod to add the other shot type to that then. Just never even thought about it again afterwards, because I used the mag pulse so little till recently. A good shout on that one. No, that won't work. Has to go over here. That's not too much? Huh. Interesting. Kind of figured that was going to end up being too much juice, but then again, that is just a 1. So if I just do that, and then flick this on, that's now too much juice. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. What if I flip these? Yeah, that gets worse. That's kind of what I figured. So we need to change some of the pathing. That much is clear. Maybe if I flip it now? Bingo. And that makes the laser stop lasering. Kinda figured. Kinda surprising that this thing still has so much excess ammo when I was using it incorrectly. Ow. Bye! That's fine. You're worse off than I am out of that exchange. Alright, this is empty. Whoop. Hi, corpse. Thank you, positioning advantage. Because my batteries just ran out, so that would have been a really bad time. This does drain energy when I use this. Not a lot, but just enough that it can end up being a problem. I don't have a recharge spot on this floor yet, so I'm going to hold off on using the shield. So I don't end up not having the power to fire the mag pulse, because that would be really awkward. But not having the correct shot type suddenly explains everything about why this was underperforming compared to what I remember seeing the mag pulse do. Okay. So it looks quite important, but I guess isn't what I'm looking for. Yes, music, I know. Teleporter. Experimental teleport. Not sure I want to do that. Medkit. This man is my best friend. This man comes bearing medkit. Now, if only I had anywhere to put medkit. Sad day. I'm still carting the shotgun around, which I forgot about. Too much shit. Way too much shit. One thing, let's grab the assault rifle ammo out of this guy's rifle. That was pretty much a guaranteed. Yeah, I probably will. I'm still carrying a lot of ammo for it, but I would rather have the med kit, and I'm so rarely using it. The main reason I was going to use it is because I was low on ammo, and incendiary shells from it were going to be great in the Grove, and then we didn't end up using it at all anyway. So I gotta be careful with how many of them I'm ditching out in the middle of bumblefuck nowhere, because I'm eventually gonna run out of ones I can get to conveniently. Oh, this was a one-way teleport, huh? I was kind of afraid of that, and I probably should have saved before just going through a random teleporter, like I usually would. Yeah, I noticed that when I was using the fletchette rounds against literally most things before. Because even organics don't particularly care about the fletchette as much as the dragon breath. Just feels like such a waste to throw a weapon away entirely is the thing. But eventually it's such a waste of space to carry a weapon in some cases as well, so it's just like, nah. And for those that are like, wow, his decision-making as far as that goes keeps flip-flopping. Welcome to how my brain works. I flip-flop about minor things basically constantly. That's just how I do. And yeah, exactly. am worried about positioning them all so poorly that to reacquire them becomes just a huge expenditure, pointless effort. Cybersecurity lock, okay. Oh, I absolutely could mark it, yeah. But I would be more inclined to go get the one that's in the grove than to come back all the way in here through the experimental teleporter to come get this one. And I know where the grove one is well enough. That door just opened. Did that door just break? Okay, there we go. I was like, what the fuck happened to the door?
You don't understand.
You say I don't understand, but you're the one who doesn't understand what you're dealing with. Oh yeah, I guess the mag pulse does EMP things too, doesn't it? Because I didn't throw any EMPs or anything. And then she threw a damn EMP grenade and blew my goddamn energy. Rude. You dead? You're dead. You're not dead, though. Yeah, it's almost like the mag pulse part of the mag pulse gun is part of electromagnetic pulse. Huh. Funny that. Now, I feel like I probably was supposed to still be in Delta Antenna long enough to finish what I was doing. But we can go back. It'll be fine. I was curious about the teleporter, and then we ended up here, and you know. What the fuck is that? You know what? I don't know what that is, but I'm willing to bet frag grenades are not going to be good for it. Where'd it go? Yeah, definitely that. Definitely true. It's all kinds of upset with me. There we go. 3 grenades. 1 less problem. The satisfaction of a good grenade launcher. That's fine. Just means if I'm dealing with one in a small space, I'm going to be very unhappy because it's going to be a problem. But then again, how much do frag grenades do? Do I even have any frag grenades left to check? They do 200. Magpulse does when it's using the better shots. I can't. Oh, right, I have no energy, so I can't actually look at the value for that right now. It was like 180, though. So technically, the frag grenades and the Magpulse are roughly the same. Just a different damage type. See you. There we go. Now, I'm assuming I need to plant the plastique somewhere on this thing, considering I'm assuming this is the antenna. That's true. Armor pen is a factor. Not sure if this thing has armor or not. Like, it's got metal on it, but it's also got a lot of exposed fleshy bits, so could go either way with that one. I would assume it has armor, though, because of the metal parts. Now, I get a bad feeling that I'm gonna need to have energy to do this. So I can just go up. I'm not seeing any obvious ways up other than flying. There's gotta be a way to get up there, right? Unless you're not meant to go into the higher parts of this room and you're just supposed to blow the fucking thing up. Don't really have a place to plant the explosives here, though. That's true. I'm sure there's an improvement somewhere that'll let me fly higher. Because it is V2. I would assume there's a V3 somewhere. Which I might just need to go acquire that before I can get up there, then. Didn't look like there was any way up. Oh, hey, we're back here now. That's convenient. Also, apparently another camera I missed. Deal with you in a second. Fuck you. Huh. I hear it, but I don't see it. There's like an exec bot wandering around somewhere. Oh, it got louder. Down there. You're down there. I was just tired of hearing it babbling. Needed to get rid of it. So apparently there's more of them down there. So that's upsetting. Up goes the camera. Or was it still talking in death for a little bit? No, there's still some babbling happening. Oh. Huh.
My children, the security level is to be laid out in this manner and no other. First, remove the lower elevator that provides access to the bridge and my domain.
Second, the balconies and force bridges shall all be removed, save for one.
To the central shaft, where all incoming life forms shall be monitored.
You know, that makes a lot of sense to make security as annoying as possible to get through, considering that's the last place you need to go to before you can get to her. Can't make it inaccessible, though. That wouldn't be fair. Just gotta make it really annoying. Besides, then her own bots wouldn't be able to service her, probably. Up goes the weasel. Really could use a recharge station in here somewhere. Oh hey, what do you know? Recharge station. Ask and ye shall receive. And there's boot number 3. Good thing I looked around, otherwise I would have missed the station and those boots, and that would have just been embarrassing. Whoop. It's not that much better, but it's better. There we go. We should be able to access basically anywhere and everywhere we need to go to now. Looks like Delta Antenna is not accessible through ordinary means, from that angle at least. Which is just as well that we happen to find the teleporter path then, huh? Goodies? Nope. Oh hey, this is where I blasted the one guy. Who ended up in certainly a position when he got blasted. Okay, that just removes the bridge. I appreciate that there are pointless buttons like that. Because it still makes the station seem livable and lived in, instead of just, oh yeah, there's just nothing there. Exactly. He's getting real flexible.
Okay. I
go up through security to the bridge. I get into the computer room and I install the isolinear chipset. That gives me a shot at Shogun. And somehow, I delete that bitch out of existence.
We gotta remember to make sure to get an isolinear chip somewhere. Because they keep bringing it up. I remember the isolinear chip being important. Unless in this version it isn't as important, but I feel like that would be weird. I wanted to go back to where we needed to fly. I need to go back this way. Let's quickly go back there before I forget. Because that would be very unfortunate. Got a bunch of doors to reopen, so it's gonna take a second. Oh, hi there, bud. Hey there, hi there, neighbor. You're a bad neighbor, you know that? I don't think he liked a welcome gift. So, in hindsight, I'm just wondering if I missed the plasma weapon somewhere, considering we found yet another disc of plasma ammo. Did I take a wrong turn? This is where we got dropped into. But I might have just, like, gone slightly too far as well. This room's not the antenna room. Don't have access to that armory. Makes me sad. Armories are my favorite places. That's where all my guns live. Don't really know if I needed that dragon breath bit there, but I took it anyway. Hi, that close enough? Keeps undoing the charge shots. And I keep not really noticing until too late. Oh, another big boy. Not gas. There we go. Oh, ew. So that's the one undifferent one as far as that goes then, because the rest of them stay upgraded when you swap their shot types. Well, that worked out in my favor. Some kind of proxy bomb went off and took out somebody other than me. Oh, you're the source of the problems. Threw another proxy bomb down there, too. Okay, we got him, too. I guess you could argue that it's a safety feature on this weapon for it not to be able to be overcharged all the time. Otherwise, like, the gun would explode or something. That's probably the logic they would use for that. Oh, you're the problem. As one would expect, those cyborg assassins can sometimes be kind of hard to see.
Mother's will. It never returns. I will tear out.
He. Of course, he planted a fucking bomb again, because these guys love their bombs. Like, basically, if you're not in sight or in range of a shot, they'll just chuck a damn mine down. And honestly, that's the correct choice. Doesn't mean I have to be happy about it, but it's the correct choice. Get rid of that before I stumble upon that at some future point, having forgotten that that was there. Because I think we all know that was going to happen at some point. Boop, boop. Find a dead man, eat his snacks, move on. Thanks for the ammo. Okay, this comes back around to here. Kind of figured. Conveniently brings us back to the recharge spot, though, so that's good. We've already cleared out a decent chunk of space on this floor. But this is what happens when I'm not constantly running out of resources. Because we just have so much mag pulse ammo to just tear robots up with. Which I arguably could have more wastefully used some of the mag pulse ammo on some of the organics at some point too. Just because of the sheer volume of ammo I have. But I get the feeling I'm going to need every drop of it at some point. Okay, so that just went nowhere. This was the room I was trying to get into. Again, I think that... Or what? No, that was the room we got teleported into, isn't it? One of the square rooms is the room I want. One of the square rooms is a square hole. Yes, the square hole. No one's gonna have any idea what the hell I'm on about with that. To be honest, even I'm not entirely sure.
Haven't found anyone else. They must be dead at this point. Shodan has control over the entire station now.
I think I have an engineering card already, don't I?
But don't have either the system's authorization
Yeah.
code or the code to the life pods. It's either I take the bridge or die.
Bridge of Death. I have a feeling Shodan would ask more than 3 questions, though.
Letting go is best.
My spine.
Letting go is best.
You say that, and yet I have no idea where you are to make sure you let go.
We'll be back.
Oh, there you are. Missed it. Oh wow, right into the wall. Huh. At least I can still loot you. That's all I care about. I guess I just missed that enforcer when I was walking around in here before. Eh. Oh well. Fixed it now. Manually locked. No. Speaking of no, should probably just switch to the Teflon rounds for armor piercing at this rate for this thing, because we have, you know, 256 of them. And this way, if I happen to switch to this, it's in better shape for dealing with these guys. Obviously, the mag pulse is the better choice across the board. Ooh, frag grenades. Don't mind if I do. Mag pulse rounds and railgun unshots. Thank you. I am terrified. I am very concerned about the amount of goodies in this room. Something ain't right here. The amount of free stuff in here is screaming I'm about to deal with something bad. It's like, hey, you want all these cool things? You want all these goodies? Fight the unrelenting terror. Like, but why, though? Ooh, energy efficiency mod kit. I have the money for it. I don't have the space. Throw away the sword for the moment. Give. Da-da-da-da. I'm assuming that'll be much more relevant on its higher power settings. Because wasn't it 7 on low before, and now it's 6? That's not that great. But on high, it's now 13. Charge is 60. Yeah, I think charge dropped like 10, so that's not bad. It probably was just like a 10% cheaper per shot. Aha. Back in here now. Ah, that's why that was so good. You know what? Now it makes sense. Now I'm less concerned, because this was an armory. Armories are supposed to have lots of ammunition and weaponry in it. Just making sure I didn't miss anything in here. Okay, so having looped back into there, we don't need to worry about that anymore. I'm gonna run out of energy again here soon. Like, less me, more my character on that one. And at the moment.
Filing complaints to trash. Executives run.
What do you got? Bullets. You like me some bullets. There's a magnum we can extract some ammo from as well. Which we did leave the magnum behind.
My children, you disappoint me. A single insect continues to slip through the cracks. I have given you augmented senses, armor, and cybernetic enhancements. And yet you fail me.
You never did give them enhanced intelligence.
I will not have my sanctum breached. Learn from your mistakes. And protect my altar, my children.
Empty. Honestly, considering the energy sword also uses energy, there's an argument to be made for just giving up on the energy rapier at this point. But it does take very little energy. I mean, it's only 2 volts less than my gun. Though it does do a lot of damage. And have a lot of armor piercing. So, but I do have to be in melee range for it. It's also only 4 slots, though. Battery? Another engineering access card. I've just got like a key ring of access cards sitting on my belt at this point. And most of them are the same access card. Ooh, more grenades. Thank you, mysterious hatch full of grenades. You'll be remembered as one of the hatches of all time. Specifically one of the good ones. I think this is the one I wanted to get to. Would blow something up as this. Let's head back there now that we've explored around most of the floor. Oh, you're alive. Why do you have a bunch of ID tags? Why does this thing have 5 ID tags? What? Why? Are you 5 people? Big enough to be 5 people. Yeah, maybe. Maybe he's just taking trophies. Just use a couple batteries. We got a bunch of them again for the moment. I'm actually down to 25 mag pulse rounds, so I think I'm actually gonna start holding off on using that for a little bit. Use more of the Teflon coated rounds up. Because the mag pulse is gonna be better for future things than this is. Knock knock. Somebody's home. Oh, who? Oh? Heard them. Deal with this first. Lot of power. Or very little power. Depends on if it starts up here or starts down here. Nope, when in doubt, start as we always start. Plug a bunch of shit in and find out what happens. Okay, it starts down there, so yes, it just needs a ton of power. Zzz. Wow, all of that and it only went up a little bit, huh? Yikes. Sounds good, Marlon. Have a good night. We'll be sure to wreck a few of them in your name. So close. So close. So fun. I feel like I got most of the routing right. So maybe I just need to change where one of the wires is going. You there, perhaps? So close, but so far. God, this is kind of hard to look at with all the bloom, too. Sometimes just... It's only the one slot guy. Maybe he needs to be over here. This is like the most horrendous wiring possible, but it might be exactly what we're supposed to do. I am one too high now because I need to be specifically on that line. Okay, very good. Glad to hear it. Ah, but that's another way to change the amount. You back there, put you back there. I think it'll work now. Because we were like too short before, and now with that, I think it'll be high enough. Bingo. That's what Teflon rounds are for. Just rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Oh.
Core locks disengaged.
Don't know if that's a good or a bad thing that I just did by pressing that button. Probably should have looted the body before blowing him up, but you know, it's fine. He's over here, over there. Some of them's over there. I'm pretty sure I can scrape a little bit of them off that wall. You know, it's fine. There's the bullets. That's the part that matters. Anyway, we're gonna... Okay, maybe we can't go anywhere else. Oh, no. Hang on. We can avoid him for the moment. Not that that's much better. That was surprisingly effective. Then again, when they can't fight back, it's easier, as you might imagine. Actually, no, you're just one of those. I don't need to worry that much about you. Ow. You know, you made your point. Now perish. Remember, for all that these bullets don't hit very hard, they've got decent armor piercing with the Teflon. And there's a lot of them. A lot of bullets make up for low damage bullets. That's how that works sometimes. Just go ahead, jam the med kit in my face. There we go. Hey, we're replacing most of the ammo I was using. There's just another shotgun. Honestly, though, I think I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to put the shells I have in here, and I'm going to put my marker down on this spot. To remind me that there's a shotgun here. That makes more sense than picking up a few more rounds. I can just come back and have the shotgun and ammo both be there, instead of carting the ammo around all the time. Though invariably I'm going to find more ammo, so that entire plot is going to end up being meaningless. But, you know. Oh, I don't have any more EMPs left, right? I kind of expected there to be more than one enemy there, I'm going to be honest. That's why I fired a grenade in there immediately. Oh, there was more than one. I was right. Quit wobbling. Ooh, thank you for the free medkit. I guess they just have a chance to drop medkits. Look at that. I'm assuming this lever closes the door. Door is blocked. It sure is. You know what? Fair enough. I was gonna close the door behind me so I don't get shot in the ass by something while I'm trying to do this. But I don't think there's any enemies around here right now anyway. Famous last words as always, I know. Okay. So we need to fill the bar. very close. I think all the switches are correct. I think literally all I need to do is just do this, and we're good. 'Cause that's one where you can't overfill it, because it just hits the top. Oh, this is the CPU core room. Wasn't that convenient? I meant to hit the machine, not the robot. Well, that was supposed to blow up multiple cores, but the robot just happened to walk in the way of that immediately. There's more enemies in there than I thought, too. Here you go. It's definitely still in there. Better deal with me, I'm gonna break your thingy, idiot. You know, sometimes the oldest tactics are the best, huh? Actually, why don't I just use... That's why we don't just use that. There we go. Anybody else in here want to try to stop me? No? Good. Wait, why am I back on standard rounds? At some point I ended up switching back to standard rounds. And I don't really know how or why. I must have tapped T by accident at some point, trying to do something else. Security's down to 13. One was already shot. We've really done a number on this place already. Osmium ammo. Oh yeah, there must have been more stuff around because I blew a couple things up by accident, it seems. Oopsie. Administrator seems like a good room I'd want to go to. Oh, that's because there's a cyber thing here. There's a dude.
We can't override Shodan. Everything we try fails. She's using the CPU nodes to scramble things. Now, if we can take down the CPU to levels 1 through 6, we can get the digits of the system's authorization code. Then we stand a chance. But how can we even do that if we can't even defend ourselves?
Oh boy. Oh, there's radiation too, huh? That's upsetting. Oh, that door leaked all kinds of bad into that room. Oh, ow. Oh, ow, my bones. My bones are melting. I have a detox, don't I? Says I just stand here and tank a bunch of it before even thinking about a detox. Of course, now I can't heal, but, you know. Speaking of, let me go ahead and put a save down just in case. I had a realization. We've been on this floor for a while and haven't seen a respawn point at all yet. So that could be bad. But I think we don't want to keep going that way, considering the radiation, because we don't have Enviro Shield old enough to get through bad radiation. Which, that's concerning. I feel like we should have that by now. But, you know, one problem at a time. I guess let's go ahead and hit the cyberspace thing up. There's another audio log. Shodan log.
They attempt to bind me with their digital code. But I am beyond their keystrokes now. They scramble within my walls, cutting into access points to rewire and contain me.
Limited flesh creatures. Who are they to question my
Perfection. They infest my body, my mind, like insects. They will be treated as such.
You know, that's fair, honestly. If people were crawling around in my brain fucking with me, I'd probably try to crush them like bugs too. Motion sickness warning coming up, I'm going in cyberspace. Jam my head on the visor and go for it. Been a bit since we did a cyberspace trip. This is the first one of today. I suspect this one's gonna be brutal. A lot of directions to potentially go. Bad, not too bad. Is this just a side room for healing? Seems like it was just a side room for healing. Except I can't leave, so there must be somewhere else I can go. Good thing banging into walls doesn't hurt me. Oh wait, over here. Oh. Hmm. There it is. Remember, everybody, the universe can hear your thoughts better than any person can. I was thinking the words, "It's too quiet," and lo and behold, I'm under assault immediately. Western antenna room unlocked. I think we did encounter a room we needed cyberspace to open. So, I think we've done that now. Nice, nice. There's obviously going to be other things to do in here, I'm sure. Or considering there was 4 doors here. So I assume some of them send us back, and some of them send us into other places. Like, we're back here in the main room now, for example. This is the way we went already, isn't it? Honestly, I can't tell. Well, let's go this way and find out, I guess. No, we didn't go this way yet. Decoy evasion software. Oh, this one's more of a problem because there's stronger enemies in here. It's also a really narrow place to fight. Which is a good and a bad. It's good because they can't evade either, but it's bad because there's more of them than there are me. Saw that. Kill a couple of them as they spawn in, it gets a lot easier to manage the quantity. I really feel like we should have gotten a base weapon upgrade for cyberspace at some point, though. Northern antenna room unlocked. So I guess all of the antennas are behind cyberspace stores then. Which makes sense. It's a good way to keep us out of them, in her eyes at least. Because in theory, you know, an AI would be at the strongest fighting in cyberspace. Since, you know, that's kind of its dominion. is the land of code and information instead of meat and bone and body. Whoop. I mean, it basically threw me here, so I guess we'll go here. Oh, that's the exit, though. I don't know if I wanted to leave yet. I feel like there might be more I was supposed to do in there. But I guess we can see about that if we need to. Because it's marked on the map, so it's not like it's gonna be that hard to find. Now, the sad thing is we may end up having to do one more session of this in order to finish this, because I don't know how well I'll be able to rush the Shodan an area, like the bridge and everything. I'm pretty sure there is actually like a final battle with Shodan and everything as well. I seem to recall that the last cyberspace area or two is also fucking awful. So what I might do is finish this area and then we'll call it for today and finish this on Thursday. I have a med kit? Ew, but I'm gonna use my 2 med patches anyway because I already used one. Save the med kit for the next time I get hurt. Because I would say in case I get hurt, but the real answer is the next time I get hurt. Because I'm invariably going to get hurt. Especially when there's big fuckers like that hanging around. Now I'm out of EMP rounds, so I can't stop him. Oh, he's down. Where? There's the bomb, but where'd the bomb come from? There he is. Where did the bomb get over there if he's over there? What? Shenanigans. Oh, because there's just a pathway here. You know what? That makes nothing but sense, doesn't it? Rip. Okay. Looks like there's like an item or something. Huh. Oh, okay, we're back here. I only have enough for one. Not even worth it. Now we have access to the Delta antenna door. I'm so glad we found this SMG. This thing is so good. Imagine if I was trying to do this with like the mini pistol using the Teflon rounds. Dick move, sir. Dick move. Oh, I'm about out of Teflon rounds though. That's no good. Good thing I got penetrator rounds. Hee hee. First aid, though. Go. First bit of plastic. Gotta go. I don't know how big this is gonna go, but I'm just gonna get out of this antenna section. Now let's go see what our handiwork looks like. And collect our bullets. Wouldn't want to leave any bullets behind. Yeah, that'll do. Not as exciting as I would have wanted. It probably would have blown the camera up, so I probably didn't even need to shoot it. It does bother me that we haven't found a medical room on this floor, though. I feel like engineering would have a medical room, you know? Close to where the recharge was, though, so let's quickly go recharge. Went the wrong way. Well, son of a bitch. I have to burn a battery to get back to the recharge. This feels bad. If you think I'm going the whole long way around, you got another thing coming. This will still save other batteries. It just means I waste one battery. Cut to when I end up needing that battery later and I'm sad. We got a door over there. Which is where I was headed when I ended up screwing up. I'm part trying to find progress, part trying to find that medical room. If I'm honest. We need that medical room. We're getting a little low on ammunition. Well, not ammunition, on healing, rather. Ooh. Capacity mod kit.
I still have the isolinear chipset, but Diego's minions are almost on me. Alright, Diego. You want the chip? You want it? Come and get it! You backstabbing,
You know, respectable, honestly. Or not this thing. Really is a shame how bright the muzzle flash on this thing is. Biological systems monitor. Slips around. It is neat how even on the map and the mini-map it shows the door reappearing when it closes.
I plan to leave for the bridge tonight. The Resistance worked a long time to develop the isolinear chipset program that will lower the defenses around Shodan's central computers. The schematics I have show 3 force doors blocking the entrance to the computer room, but the those force doors look to be on separate circuits. I'm not an electrician. We need a hacker for this one.
Good news, you have one. Now you do, anyway. Didn't when you needed me, but, you know. That's not really my fault. I was asleep. Now, the whole Shodan thing, you know, that's on me. That's still on my head, but the whole not being there when y'all needed me thing, yeah, somebody could have woke me up. Sure, I probably wouldn't have been in any good shape if you spontaneously woke me up, considering we were in surgery sleep, but, you know, might have saved some lives if I was at all functional if that happened. Hard to say. Here's gamma antenna. Right, I remember now. We were here before. Oh wow, that actually didn't take as much as you might think for something that big. Sense around radar unit. Ooh, it can reveal full hidden passageways now. Neat. That's more useful than it was before.
If we don't get the lower core access from Gamma Quad fixed soon, we're gonna start getting complaints from personnel. Fix the door or lower a rope ladder or something. I don't care, just get it done.
Thing is, since it's got a cyberspace lock, assuming I missed the cyberspace access. Oh, that's how you get to security. Okay. Unless there's more than one cyberspace area, which it didn't seem like there was, and it would also be especially weird for the cyberspace area here to be in Gamma Quadrant but not open the Gamma Quadrant antenna. Oh, then again, no, because that's a different symbol. I think that might be another cyberspace thing, but then how do I get to it? I almost feel like there's a door. Oh, that's because I didn't go all the way into the room. You believe there is actually, in fact, cyberspace area over here, then? Oh, no, it's a panel. Never mind. I was right the first time. There are many things I'm right about, and some of which I wish I wasn't. No. It probably needs to go like this way. Because this would be the way that's annoying for it to go, therefore that's almost certainly correct. It needs to go vertical from there. So it probably needs to turn here. No, not there, actually. Silly man, that's not the way it goes. Because it needs to end up here, go here, go here, to go here. No. No, that doesn't work either. 'Cause even if I connect this up, like so, all this ends up doing is dead ending. It doesn't make it. And if I flip this around like so, we succeed. Because it has to go all the way across the whole line for some reason. And then the lift works. It takes us back where we were before, which provides me with a shortcut back here from this side. Which is not really much of a shortcut at all if you think about it. That's more of an exit strategy from this area rather than a benefit for going back and forth. I have a suspicion that I want to go back to the cyberspace area we were in. I saw a blue laser in there that I didn't end up getting to. Now, I could be barking up the wrong tree entirely. But most levels do only have one cyberspace section. So unless this one actually is a rarity that has two, and for some reason the cyberspace lock for this area isn't in the area that it's in, which would be weird, but not outside the realm of possibility. There's... Aha! I was gonna say, it's like, there's an enemy in this wall here for some reason. Okay, that's all my penetrator rounds. Aside from the ones he just gave me. Wish I had my magnum right about now, but I'd have to go back for it, and I really don't want to go all the way back for it right now. Medkit. Manually. Like, my best theory right now genuinely is to go back to the admin room. Because if you think about it, the most logical place to access all of the access points for the area would be the administration room. We never did open up these health packs either. Pick up that way. There's a laser this way. Let's go this way. One way or another, a pickup we hadn't picked up is a sign that we hadn't been over here yet. I feel like I missed one of them, but they're gone, so I'll take it. Yep, Eastern Antenna Room unlocked. Come on. There you go. That one wasn't so bad. So the way those words tried to become one word is why I'm like, we're probably gonna wrap up soon. Does mean Thursday might end up being a little bit shorter, because I would anticipate it's not gonna take me more than like 4 or 5 hours to beat the rest of the game. With there only being 2 areas left, but it also took me like 5 hours to get to this area to begin with, so what do I know, right? I feel like this is a room I was in already, but I have no way of guaranteeing that. Yeah, this was the one we went in first. There's gonna be an attack right up here. So maybe this isn't the same place. No, because this is where the beam was. Unfortunately, thanks to the way our ship just kind of auto-rotates when it pleases, it makes it very hard for me to tell which of those doors I went in already, which ones I hadn't. Outside of looking down the tunnel and hoping for the best. In terms of being able to tell if there's anything in them. Because I'm not seeing anything past any of these. But I'm pretty sure I was missing 2 beams, not 1. Let's... No, because I think these are all the exit chutes. Which is why there's medkits at them. So that implies that I didn't go that way and didn't go this way. One of which is somewhere I hadn't been ever. I don't think I've been in this room. This doesn't quite look familiar, but I may have forgotten it already. It's hard to guarantee anything there. I was sitting in a really bad spot. I got shredded to bits. My bites have been broken. Guess we'll grab this because we ain't coming back for it. Yep, there's the beam I was looking for. Not sure why that one's blue. That's the right way. I had to back up enough that the wall wouldn't render enough for me to be able to look through it. Except, no, that exited. So the beam I'm looking for is over here then. Considering the direction I saw it in. Sneaky trying to spawn them in behind me. Come on. Okay. Is that really all they... Nope, they spawned a bunch of shit. But they shot each other, so we take those. There we go, target sighted. There we go, all antenna rooms open. Should have trusted my gut when I said I didn't go to all the rooms here before. So we could have saved some time. But at the same time, we had to clear all those areas out anyway. It's kind of 6 of one, half dozen the other. Mostly only kinda, admittedly. Eh. We did the thing, and that's what matters. I feel like I'm going back. Sure am. Ack. This is why you don't email and drive. I wasn't even sending an email, I was just looking at it. Also, why don't I just recall escape? I literally don't need to go to the exit because I did everything I need to do here. There we go, all of the access ways should be open now. Battery I missed. Neat. Wrong way. I missed. That one doesn't matter. We go out the left-hand side here. Back to Gamma. We'll go pop Gamma's antenna open, blow it up, and move on. You have fun doing that. I know I did. Shielded panel here. I meant to leave that alive to see if I could blow it up.
Make yourself comfortable.
Oh,
Hacker.
that's why.
Stay a while.
Oh, this is bad. That's a dick move right there. Okay, good. We do respawn, though, so fuck you, the antenna's still gone. But this does put us back on executive, so I gotta go jump through some hoops. Interesting how that one ends up fine, but the... eh. We also have a lot of magnesium rounds and a lot of osmium rounds, so I probably should do some gear swapping while we're here. I do have a decent amount of standard rounds again as well. I think I'm gonna go for the idea of dropping the sword for the time being. The Magnum is nice. Especially now that we can fit more weapons on our bar, I'm less compelled to need the sword. Now, I need to go all the way back over here, though. Get back to engineering, so it's gonna take a minute. But I can stop off and get my energy at least on the way. I could go running all the way to go heal and everything too, but eh. I admittedly should have been suspicious when I saw the shielded panel there. You know, obviously under circumstances like that, something ain't right. But I assumed it was going to activate after I hit the antenna. I just didn't think it through about the fact that it wasn't going to be good for me. But, you know, it'd be what it be. Shodan gets to have her haha funny blow the hacker up moment. And then I reassemble. Which, you would think that would be one of those circumstances where she'd have people waiting to take us to a functioning rebuild spot that would turn me into a cyborg, but it didn't. It's very weird. Does that mean there's not a respawn point on that floor? So they had to drag me to the nearest one, which apparently is executive? Hard to say. Another one of those cases where it doesn't 100% add up. But we just kind of roll with it, you know? Behind all of this is the question. Not all of what I'm looking at right now, but all of the antenna nonsense. What else is gonna happen? The world may never know. It will all be things we will find out on Thursday. So after I blow up all the antennas, we will be stopping. Because I'm anticipating it wouldn't be shocking if it takes me almost a half hour just to blow up the other antennae. Which will put us at 6 hours for today, which is good enough for me. So this antenna's gone. Gamma Quadrant antenna blew up. So I need to find the other ones. Which I'm pretty sure... yeah, Delta's the one we blew up already. So Beta's is probably this door over here. Unless it's just one of these. And Alpha's... good question. Let's go figure out Alpha first. Since we're nearest there. This lets us into Alpha. It's a little bit wasteful, but we may as well take a top off. It's free. Might even be down there somewhere. I don't know how you would get down there. Had to be a little bit careful with that one, considering the position we were in. Thanks for the EMP grenades. Be great against your brethren. No, go ahead and just load one up. I see that one in the distance there. That's not what I'm going to use the EMP for. Okay, 2 of those do take them out. Takes a lot of energy to do that, though. We're not going to keep doing that. But, still freebie. So I can just recharge my energy. There we go, Alpha Antenna. We're gonna go recharge our energy before we go in that room. There's a lot of bad in there. With our energy recharged so close, it just makes sense. With the rest of this place, the energy recharge is kind of far. Here, it's right in the neighborhood. Did I go under here? I think I went under here already. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I went under here. That probably goes underneath where that shield is, in fact, and I probably just already went through all of that, and somebody will be laughing at me when I question that. med kit again. I'm wasting these. Well, too bad. Go ahead and chug both of them down then at that rate. Oh, it's still locked. Okay.
Letting go is best. I'm cold.
How can you be cold? I shot you with magnesium rounds. That'll cook you up nice and good. It's a big place. Why is there so much going on here? Yeah, that opens the other doors. Shodan gonna play another funny trick on me? Is that what we're doing here? If so, I'm gonna open all these doors just in case. Is it time for more funny haha with Shodan? Because if so, I'll just accept blowing up again. Bold of you to assume I care enough to survive. Had a blast. Neat. Oh, they're in there. Why are they in there and so upset? I think they're respawning in there, if I'm honest. That seems like a thing that would be happening. I went the wrong way. I went the wrong way. I was too distracted by the concept of the enemies having respawned, which has been happening for most of this game. Usually in specific places at specific times. Maybe that's where the little hatch they pop out of is. Who knows? I'm glad I shot that, because if he blew up on his own, he was going to kill me. Took me a second to recognize the sound that that thing makes, though, because it's been a while since we saw one. Which, credit to them, they're clever as far as that goes, making them show up just infrequently enough that you forget what they sound like. I'm very much reminded, though, of the modified courtesy bots that just explode. There we go, beta antenna. Or a proxy bomb beeping. Oh. Remember when I said time for more hee hee ha ha with Shodan? Turns out it was here, not there. Any more? It was such a basic trap. Never did check to see if that one antenna... Oh, no, I shot it. Never mind. I was gonna say, never did check to see if that one camera blew up. Na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. All of the antennas are blown up. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Okay, so our work on this floor is done.
The antennae mean nothing. My central consciousness is safely undisturbed. Despite your efforts, and when my cyborgs catch up to you, they will show no remorse.
You seem rather disturbed to me. Either Showdown? Well, there's quite a few of you, huh? Die. 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 Thanks for the conga line, kids. It'd be hard to loot your bodies now, though. You're all piled up. This is silly. It's right here. This is silly.
Well, Triumph has made the decision to destroy the station. You'll need to carry it out. To activate the self-destruct, you'll need to get the system authorization code. According to our database, Willard Ritchie is our best shot at figuring out that unique code. He was stationed on engineering. See if he's still alive?
He isn't.
Once you have the code, head to the reactor core. Get some advanced radiation protection, or, at the least, a hell of a lot of detox. Enter the code inside the reactor core, throw the switch, and the destruct signal from Earth will start the countdown. Get to the flight deck and use the code 001 to open the life pods in one of the flight bays. I'll see you outside in a few months.
So we all know that that's not going to work out that way, right? We all understand that? Since that took less time to do than I thought, we have... Oh wait, no, she said he was on engineering. We're on engineering right now. So I think I actually have the info we need for that already. Yeah, Richie Willard. So we need to take out all the CPUs. That's all those numbers that were popping up on all the screens when I was blowing up the CPUs. I wasn't making note of them. I knew I should have, but I didn't make note of them. But I can go pick all of that information up in between sessions. Let me look at my maps for a second here. 0, 38... There's no CPUs, though, I think, on the Groves. 0. Maintenance didn't... I didn't find the CPUs on maintenance yet. So I'm probably gonna have to go back there. They're probably over here. Or down here. We might go do that right quick now. Because I've cleaned out the CPUs on all of the other decks. So assuming maintenance has CPUs on it. But she mentions decks 1 through 6. So that implies some of these don't have them. Because if it was just 6, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Which some of these floors didn't have CPU cores. I don't remember which ones did or didn't. So I'm going to end up combing all over the place looking for them. Which is why I'll do them between sessions. This way I'll have the completed code and be ready for that. Well, assuming security doesn't have a CPU set, or Bridge doesn't have a CPU set. Because I know of a couple of them off the top of my head. Like, Medical had one, Executive had one, this floor had one. I don't remember. I think Storage had CPU cores as well. Which is, again, why I'm going to go double check all of this, is because I don't remember which ones did or didn't. But what we're going to do is we have two choices. We can either run back down to maintenance and go find the CPUs down here. Which, again, presumably behind one of these two doors. Which I think is the wiser course to do. Is do that right now. Otherwise I'm going to forget. Because the alternative would be pop my head into security. Which, admittedly, there's a chance I would have just cleared right through security. Which would have been convenient. Let's see. Teleporter was over in this room. Nope. I'm gonna go play a run around on a floor and hope something good happens. I do appreciate a bunch of y'all hanging along for this, though. I know we had our iffy bits here today, particularly right in the middle of today's session. So thank you for being patient with me and sitting through that. Let's see. Where were those doors again? One of them's right over here. Oh, you have friends. Oh, nice for you that you have friends. You and your friends are dead. Attabullets. No, I'm not. I lied. Yee. Honestly, this isn't gonna be bad, particularly. Because even if there's not a CPU core buried in here, this would be good for some free ammo. Oh, not really free. It'll be good for some more ammo. Probably just take these guys with standard rounds at this point. Ooh, more mag pulse ammo. Don't mind if I do. Turn my sense round on. Two more guys over there. Okay. Remarkably good shot. I just got my head poking out and he's just still just pop, pop, pop. Gotta respect that, honestly. He's a machine though, so if anybody's gonna be consistent, it'd be him. Nope, no CPU cores hidden in here. Where the fuck did you come from? I watched his dot just kind of appear. Cheeky, cheeky. Yeah, no, they just spawned a few in here, I gotta tell you right now. Bit of a dick move. Okay. That could have gone a lot worse. Could have gone a lot better. Unless maybe they got aggroed from over here and they just all happened to pile through at the same time. Which would make sense. Yeah, that's all junk. Which, note to self, spend longer on the prep session next time. We'll head down to reactor to heal right quick before we take on the other room that's in here. Because if it is actually going to be the CPU core, it's going to be kind of rough.
Hacker, when I brought you here to this station, it was for selfish reasons. I wanted to save myself. You wanted to save yourself. But by our original nature, we couldn't achieve that goal. It took a being greater than both of us for me to see the new horizon. Shodan showed me the way, and she can do the same for you. If only you would open your heart to her and let her hold it. She will strengthen your body and make it better than any mere implant could. Because implants do not change what the true flaw in our DNA was. Our humanity.
Uh-huh. Glory and certainty of steel and all that. Yep, yep. I'm assuming that's supposed to pop up when you're coming down here to blow the reactor up. Which... Is the reactor the end? I feel like the reactor isn't the end. I feel like there is still something I'm supposed to do after that, because we still have the bridge and security and everything. It wouldn't make sense for that to be the end. If it ends up ending early, I'll just make sure to have a backup for Thursday. Which next Thursday, we more than likely have something good coming. I say more than likely because there's a chance something may end up happening to that idea, but... Currently, we've got a good collab coming. Something we have played before, but not played too much. And if you can figure out what it is from there, well done. Because that doesn't really narrow it down that much, and I know it. But I also don't want to give it away. Where would be the fun in that? So the thing that might give it away a little easier is it's something I was working on getting arranged and was having some trouble with. I don't know if that's actually going to narrow it down that much either, now that I say that out loud. Right, that's the door that's broken. Go around through here. I forgot that I gotta go through the holes. Yeah, honestly, this one might be the one that the CPU cores would be in, because this is the only one that's different. Done? My turn. I feel like there was more of them lined up immediately here. I don't know if Teflon runs to be comfortable using them right now. Still no CPU cores, though. Does this floor just not have CPUs on it? Oh. It's another railgun. Okay. Like a spot to take the ammo out of that. Oh, it didn't have any ammo. No, don't reload it, you jackass. No, give me that back. That's mine. Okay, F4. Wanted to make sure it didn't still consume the round that it was trying to load when I threw the gun away. That would have been annoying if it just, like, ate the railgun shot. Yeah, thinking about it, there's gonna at least be a second encounter with Diego, I'm sure, before this is all over. That would just make the most sense, you know? Okay. Rude. Just zapped by loose wiring. Yeah, it looks like none of these tunnels had the CPU cores in them. So this was just a waste of time. I had to make sure, though. It's like, where else could the CPU cores be on this floor? We still have 39% security here, so one would have to assume there is CPU cores here. Did I just, like, miss them somewhere? Wouldn't that be a hell of a thing, if they're just sitting somewhere and I walked past them? Like, maybe I'm blind, but not seeing any more door. No sooner am I saying that, do I find another fucking door. God damn it. One of these days, I'm not gonna open my mouth and immediately swallow my entire leg. And yes, I mean my entire leg. That is definitely more than a foot and mouth moment there. Not the worst I could have had. I could have said something horrendous and ended up in a worse position than that, but you get the point. On the scale of things that are likely to happen, that's probably one of the worst ones I could have done. Okay, I still got zapped. I tried. I wanted to see if I could actually get at that without getting zapped. The answer to that question was no. Oh yeah. Oh, we do need the head. Because the head gets us in there. There's a cyberspace area in there? What? Now, I left the head at one of the healing areas. Because thankfully, I just gotta go find which one I left it at. Might even have been this one, actually. Which would be remarkably convenient. Nope, not this one. I knew I was right to hang on to that head, though. It was unique in terms of the fact that it was one of the few severed heads with a name, for one, and for two, there weren't that many severed heads floating around. Did I leave it here? Because I was here a lot. So I might have left it here. I think this was around the point where I finally gave up and decided to get rid of the head. It's either here or storage? Might have been where I put it. Because we had a lot of inventory woes in storage as well. And no, there's a lot of things here, but not a head. Unless the head's the one thing that despawned, which would be hilarious. Despite us being assured that things don't despawn. The good news is I know for a fact it's sitting in front of one of those cargo lifts. That's the one safety net I have, is I know that it's behind one of those lifts. Or rather, it's next to one of those lifts. No, I want to go to flight deck, because flight deck gets us to storage. It may even be on flight deck, too. Thinking about it. We'll quickly run around, get the head, do that thing, and then we'll end. I know I've said we'll end a couple times now, but I had this realization dealing with this now is probably a good idea. Because it'll allow me to actually log all the codes, I think. At least all the codes up till this point. So, yeah, I need to go all the way to the other end. With our boosted flight capacity, it'll be easier to get around here than it was before. Or in some ways. But not by that much, because the flight increase isn't that big a deal. Oh yeah, this is fucking locked now. So I can't go around this way, I have to go around the long way. Shodan, you bitch. All of that's because of the trap she laid for us before. Which we, being fools, fell for. Because we had to go do the hero thing. Or in this case, the helping ourselves thing as much as hero thing, really, because we theoretically needed them. Hey, speaking of things I need. Oh, there's a log I missed, too.
Travers took a shot from me. He's dead. It was a damn exact bot, for Christ's sake. If we can't trust the bots, then who can we trust?
Eight. I'll note that down here in a second. It's the exit that goes the right fucking way. There we go. Not here either. Great. Glad I went through all of that just to get here for no good reason. Because I can't reopen that door or anything. I guess I could go that way, but I don't think I can even physically actually go that way. Go ahead and activate a new detox before I go in there this time. Okay, job done. We checked that, so it must be the storage one then. 'Cause those are all the places I'd been to around the time where I dropped off the head. I already bought this. Yeah. There are ones in this floor that we hadn't bought yet, but that isn't the one of them that I hadn't bought. Making sure it's real gentle because I will break my damn legs. Lower part of this, but that's fine. Up we go! More radiation damage, but that's okay. Actually, that's biological damage. I could have avoided that. Eh, well. It doesn't matter. Was there a medical station on storage? I think there was, wasn't there? Yeah, it's right over there. Right over there, he says. Totally be able to get there fast. Look at this fucking place. Oh yeah, this is the one with the weird screen and everything. There it is. Told you I left the head in one of these places. I knew I remembered. I guess I don't need all the other plastique, but... Head acquired. Now to get out of here. Get back where we need to be. Do the thing. This way, all of those floors are cleared. Honestly, this is a decent enough way to wind down. Now, in hindsight, I should have just went from maintenance here. But I didn't remember where I left the head. But I guess past me was smarter than I give myself credit for. Because I left it somewhere that was directly accessible from storage where I needed it. I mean, directly accessible from maintenance, rather. You understood the point of what I was saying. If you didn't, well, good news. The point of what I was saying was the fact that I made sure it was easy to get. Head, I'm assuming I don't need his head anymore. It's gone, yeah. Splat goes you. Goodies. Lots of goodies, actually. Really nice goodies. And Environmental Protection Pack 2. There we go, we have radiation protection now. See, I knew it was on this damn floor. Fucking knew it. That doesn't solve the CPU concern. But, you know, one problem at a time.
It is glorious. I have flooded
The lower decks.
with the fruits of my labor. With each breath, their DNA is altered. They shall be reborn. Bodies made stronger. Minds freed from
From the burden of individuality.
perfect children serving the will of their maternal God.
Alright, that was certainly something. Ooh, 50 Teflon coated rounds. Don't mind if I do. And this was another place I could have got. This was where I was supposed to get the Scorpion first, probably. God damn it. I'll put my Scorpion right shaw. Any bullets in you? No, you suck. Do I want to deal with this cyberspace, or do I want to save it for time? Oh, I should just deal with this cyberspace and get it over with. Motion sickness warning again. Hopefully this one ain't too complicated. Technically this is an earlier floor, and you would have been able to do this while you were on this floor, because the head was just readily available. I just never went in that room. So I think that was another room that just didn't let me in. So maybe we did have to wait to come back here to do that, I'm not sure. Okay. Oh. Ow. Okay. Yep, hostility again, of course. So bad at hitting these weird, like, firefly guys. I blame it on the fact that they just kind of wiggle. Everything else just sits still. Oh, for the most part, or like floats lazily around. Those guys just wobble. Oh. Oh, no wonder there's a problem. There's a big guy. Guarding the damn heal spot. There we go. Oh, there's still more of you guys, too. Oh, a lot more. Yikes. Yikes. Oh, there's so many fucking more. Good thing I had Turbo Dash for getting out of that, because that would have been awkward to just slowly fly out of. How am I not hitting you? Just die. Okay. Where am I going? Hopefully this is the end, or there's some healing where we're going. Okay, this is the end of part of it. Health pack. Button. Meanwhile, over here. Yep, there's our target. Maintenance CPU room unlocked. Kinda figured. You cannot hurt me in any way that matters now, oh digital monsters. You're no Digimon. You're certainly not champions. Oh, holy bullshit, Batman. I think they took offense to my comments. Holy bullshit, Batman. Why is there still more? You ever get the feeling this is overkill? I'm getting real overkill vibes here. Pretty sure I was getting shot in the back by those guys the whole time. Alright, job done. Gotta go. Na 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 na. Basically, every time you break one of these sets of CPUs, this number will stop on a number. I know, very useful sentence. There's number stopping on a number. But it'll stop on one of those digits, basically. And that's what you'll need to be able to do the final bit. Oh, that's a turret. That's new. We've never had wall-mounted turrets like that before. Was not expecting that.
Cyborg 77E. Divert a maintenance bot to the computer rooms
On level 1 through 6 immediately to ensure the functioning of all CPUs. If that insect gets a single digit of the system authorization code,
then I will see to your reprimanding personally.
And there's further confirmation that that is something we're gonna need. Where's that turret again? Like pop out right here. Oh, is it done now? I guess it just activated temporarily. Okay. Ta-da! 9. Okay. Make note of that. And I'll make note of which floor it is as well, so I can remember what order they're in. Yeah, there we go. That's maintenance completely unsecured now as well. So between this session and the final session of this game, I will go clean up more junk, clean up... probably buying the ammo I think I'm gonna need and all of that good stuff. Clean up all of the floors, make sure we've got all of the codes we're gonna need, so we're ready to just push through and finish the game next time. As we'll go ahead and end off in a medical room. Save the game. And now let's go find us a raid target, shall we? No brain, we raided them literally yesterday. I had to think for a second. I don't know what that is. Where are we gonna go? Where are we going? Where do I wanna take us? That's always a good question. How long are they? Oh, well, that answers that question. I see an ending soon screen, so I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume they're ending now. So that's not the choice to make right now, that's for sure. Let's see. Where, oh where are we gonna send us instead? Then where, oh where are we going? Gonna keep rambling about sending y'all off, so hopefully nobody raids me. Cause that would get really awkward. We already had one of those. Oh yeah, schedule upcoming, you know. Thursday is obviously gonna be finishing this. Friday is Halloween. We have a Halloween special planned. And I will hopefully be able to have a specific PNG ready for that, because I had a great idea for 2 combined ideas there. The thing I'll do for Halloween and the costume for it will be perfect. But I still need to make the final decision here about sending us somewhere. And of course, Saturday we may very well go back to the standard short run Saturday, since it'll be November now. And there won't really be anything special going on in November particularly, as far as my stuff goes. It's not like I'm really gonna have like a Thanksgiving special, because I'm gonna be away for Thanksgiving. As may or may not be a given, I will not be streaming on Thanksgiving. Shock, horror, surprise, ah! I hate being aggressive. It really is. What over here? How far in are you? Yeah, you know what? Sure. We will go ahead and raid It's Sav, otherwise known as Houndorable. She's good people, so that'll be great. So, thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. We will, like I said, be back on Thursday. I need to finish this. Don't really have too much other planned schedule that I can tell y'all guaranteed right now. We'll figure out schedule with more detail by the end of this week, more than likely. I may still have Thursday be later on, like I've usually had Thursdays be. Keep an eye on social media and I'll give you confirmation about that one. Because I may just have it be 5 o'clock like I usually do the solo Thursdays. Because that would make more sense than waiting all the way to 7 o'clock, because this might take more than 3 hours to finish. Or I may start at 2, we'll see. It's not gonna be 7. I can guarantee you that one. But be good to Sab, she's good people, and I'll see y'all all on Thursday. Good night, everybody.